as this is going to be the first time that we're going to be able to see the new rosters to a degree as well. First time we're going to be able to see Triple H really doing what he wants to do. Before he was having to play around with Vince McMahon's roster and the way that it was all set up. And yeah, all right, he brought a few people back, and all right, we wasn't really sticking to the brand split maybe as tight as we could have. But by and large, we were having to do what was already in existence. We were having to work with what was already there. Tonight, what we're going to see is the first show of Triple H having the people exactly where he wants them, doing the feuds exactly what he wants. We're going to be seeing the stories, the feuds, the look of the show. Everything is going to be in Triple H's vision. If you're going to do a brand split and a draft and all that kind of stuff, then the first show is, this is your opportunity basically to put in place whatever you want to put in place. So there has been talk of like a new Raw logo. I don't know if you've seen that on YouTube. I actually don't know if they're going to use it or not, but there is a new Raw logo which appeared on YouTube. It's not drastically different. It's still red, still says the word Raw. It's just not shaped quite the same. If I can find the image of it, then I will try and find you this. I don't know that they're using this, to be honest, because I haven't seen any more word on it. But that's the kind of thing that we're expecting tonight. We're expecting it to have a few surprises. We're expecting it to feel a little bit new. We're expecting it to be, as we said, in Triple H's vision. And I do have the image of the logo. Now, as I said, this appeared on a video on YouTube, and it got a lot of people excited. A lot of people saying that, is this the new logo for Raw? It's very generic, as I said. It could just be that they've just decided to use this instead of the actual logo. But that's it there. So this appeared at the bottom of one of the videos. It had that logo, and underneath it said full match, because it was Roman versus Drew from 2019. And this logo here featured at the bottom. But it's so generic that it could have just been something that was like just created in-house. But I don't know. I mean, you would imagine if you wanted to have Raw advertised, you would just use the Raw logo, wouldn't you? The actual Raw logo. Like, why would you create this? There's no need to create this. So this can we'll let this live up here for now. Actually, that can stay up there for now. But yeah, I don't know if that's the new logo or not. I don't know if they're going to do the same with NXT. It's going to maybe be like a gold WWE logo in a box next to the word NXT. Maybe we do the same with Smackdown, blue with Smackdown written next to it. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But as I said, I haven't seen anything more on that. But yeah, this is why it's exciting, because we've got new rosters, we've got new feuds, we've obviously got the World Heavyweight Championship tournament tonight as well. We found out the 12 people that are going to be involved in that tournament, and as well as that, potentially a Raw logo, new Raw logo, potentially a big time return, which we can get into. And I've got the rosters as well, so we can certainly have a little talk about what we think of the rosters and what we think the main event scene's going to look like, and some of the potential feuds and everything. So lots for us to get our teeth into. But let's start off, shall we, with Alfie, who has fired in a super chat. Alfie Bud, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're well. Alfie said, I'm just dropping this donation off. I'm sorry about my inactivity. I'll be back and healthy soon, and I love and miss everyone. Hope you're okay and enjoy the show. Yeah, no worries, man. I know how busy you've been with your work and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I hope things are going well with your job and everything. It's life, innit? It's life. It gets in the way sometimes. But as I said, I hope you're doing well. Bryson said, we could also get a new stage, which might look like the logo. There could be a new stage. Yeah, it's a good shout. like, there'll be people watching that have not seen one of these kinds of shows before, that maybe don't quite know just how big of a deal these can be. But we've seen the commentators change. We've seen the backstage interviewers change. We've seen just like a bit of the structure of the show change as well. Like they try a few new things for these shows. Like you can imagine that they sit in a boardroom and they talk about what's the show gonna look like once we've done the draft. And so, all these ideas come up, and they might talk about we should start doing some more vignettes away from the arena, or we should bring back that interview platform and do interviews on that platform like we used to back in the day. And we have seen that return briefly in the past. But they sit around, they brainstorm or whatever. I don't think you're allowed to say brainstorm now. I don't know. Can you say brainstorm now? I don't know. I'm going to say it. They brainstorm and they come up with all these ideas. And basically, we've just been waiting for tonight. I think that the Raw after WrestleMania was a bit flat because I think they've saved stuff for the draft. This is where we got the NXT call-ups. There's rumors of a big return tonight. They do say big time return, which really does make me think of Becky. Big time Bex. So I think it's Becky that's going to be coming back tonight. But I did see that there was people speculating that it could be Bray. Bray was trending as people were starting to wonder if it might be him. But as I said, I think it's probably more likely that it's Becky. Because amazingly, we haven't seen Becky. We haven't seen Becky since for about a month, apparently. Which was news to me because I feel like I only saw her a few weeks ago. But apparently it has been a good few weeks now since we last saw Becky. Whether we can class that as a big return, but I think the wording is quite important there. They say big time return. So, again, I think that's probably going to be Becky. Mitchell, shout out to you, bud. Hope you are well. Mitchell said, if Cody makes it to the finals and gets taken out backstage by Brock and they replace Cody with someone who wasn't in either of the triple threats, I will be mad. My hope is that it's AJ Seth at Night of Champions. I agree. I think I'm not a fan of people being removed and being replaced with people that weren't in the tournament anyway. I can't say I've seen any reports on that. I did get sent on Twitter someone sending me what the triple threat matches were, but I have not seen this confirmed anywhere. I went onto the WWE Twitter page. I had a look on Wrestling Observer. I looked on Fightful. I couldn't see it listed as to what the triple threat matches actually were, but someone on Twitter did say this is what they are. So I don't know if that's true or not, right? So as of right now, I don't quite know how it can play out. Obviously, I know who's on the Raw side, and I know who's on the SmackDown side. With that being said, a lot of people watching might not know. So let me just blast down the list. So these are the 12 superstars that we know are definitely, this has been confirmed, definitely in this tournament. So we got Seth Rollins, we got Finn Balor, we got Damian Priest, we've got The Miz, we got Shinsuke Nakamura, we got Cody Rhodes, we got Austin Theory, we got AJ Styles, we've got Bobby Lashley, we got Rey Mysterio, we got Edge, and we got Sheamus. So those are the 12 names in this tournament. Now, I think firm favorite amongst those is Seth. I really like Finn Balor as an outside pick. I think there's several there you could make an argument for. I think you could make an argument for Edge because it feels like he's getting towards the end of his run. I'm just basing that on last year when we were in Toronto, and he said to the crowd after the show, and footage leaked online, of course, of him saying, my time's coming to a close. How about I meet you here next year and we'll all say goodbye together? And that was around about the summer last year that happened. So It kind of feels like he's aware that time is ticking. And I think he's probably put a deadline on it. And I think this could be, at some point this year, could be the final farewell. I think it'd be nice if we could get through to WrestleMania 40 and for him to go at WrestleMania 40. Because, why not have that one last WrestleMania experience, But this would be an opportunity to put the belt on him. And not for him to carry it for very long, but he could certainly carry it for a short time before dropping it to someone else. So, this is maybe one of our final chances to put a world title on Edge, which I don't hate. I don't hate. It's maybe not my favored option, but I wouldn't hate it. So I think Edge has got a chance. I mean, listen, Sheamus, the work that he has done, the bangers that he has put on. You think about like the matches he's been involved in and just how great they've been over recent years. And I think his stock has arguably never been higher. So, I don't think the fans would be against the belt being put onto Sheamus, to be perfectly truthful. So I think Sheamus has got a chance. Rey Mysterio, again, the work that he's been doing to try and get over his son. He's just gone into the Hall of Fame. Fans love Rey. He's been badly treated by Dominic. This would be a nice moment. And who knows how long Rey Mysterio is going to be sticking around for. I reckon we got maybe a year or two left with him. I reckon, we're comfortable for the foreseeable. But again, do you put a world title on him and have like Dominic come out seething? And, do you go in that direction? Again, not my favorite option, but you can certainly, I can picture it and it doesn't make me vomit, right? I think it's absolutely fine. I got no issue with it whatsoever. So I think that's a great option. Bobby Lashley, he's just a bit flat, Bobby. He's had the world title recently, the WWE Championship. Just sort of feels like he needs to get back with the Hurt Business for me. I just think he struggles on his own. I think there's a real lack of charisma there, which is fine. Not everyone's, got a bubbly personality. He's okay on the mic, not amazing. In ring, I mean, the look, he's just all look, isn't he, Bobby? All look. That's not the direction I would go, and I don't think it's the direction they will go either. Although he might do well, because it's hard to know if he's kind of heel or face. He kind of really falls in the middle. He's kind of like he was a heel going into WrestleMania with Bray, and then they had to pivot. And I think people started to feel sorry for him because he never made it onto the WrestleMania cards. He didn't really do anything in particular that was face-ish. But then after WrestleMania, he's been in a feud with Bronson Reed. Bronson Reed's been a bit of a heel. So, I don't know, like Bobby's in a bit of a grey area. You could go either direction with Bobby. But again, that kind of wishy-washy, is he face, is he heel, doesn't really help him, to be honest. I think Bobby really could do with, being a face or being a heel, really going 100 miles an hour in that direction and having the Hurt Business with him. So that's not the direction I would go anyway. AJ Styles, he's only just come back. I wouldn't go with AJ winning the title. He's been out with a little injury. I think we just need to get him back up and running, establish the OC, build him up. I don't think I would go, bang, here's a world title. It might be a nice little shock, though. It might just be a nice little, whoa, didn't see that coming, which would be quite welcome, maybe, for his character. I'd have nothing against AJ. I just think I'm just looking at people that have been putting in some serious work, Sheamus has been putting in some serious work. Rey Mysterio has been putting in some serious work. And I just think they could really do with it more than AJ Styles, who, as we said, has missed, 4 months of this year, missed WrestleMania and everything, sadly, due to injury. And then before that, we were just trying to get the OC off the ground. I don't think we quite got there. So I think there's other things for him to focus on. But you could definitely make the argument that a win in this title tournament might be the thing that just legitimizes the OC. So you could definitely make that argument. Austin Theory, he's United States champ. I wouldn't go in that direction. He's already got a belt for now. Cody Rhodes, no, this isn't the belt he needs. Shinsuke, only just come back. I suppose in a way very similar to AJ. You know, he's only just returned. He needs to build himself up a little bit. Same argument. This could be the legitimate shock surprise, which just really reinvigorates him. So exactly the same conversation. But I wouldn't do it. I think just, you know, give him some feuds, build him up. Definitely in the future, though. Definitely in the future. Miz. Oh, I mean, where'd you start with The Miz? I mean, The Miz has been jobbed out so many times. He just does not feel like world championship material. He is a star. There's no denying that. He is a big name. He gets TV time. He's Mr. Reliable in the sense of he's always around. And, you know, you could tell a legitimate story with him. He's certainly put the work in. Can't say he hasn't. Certainly has put the work in, but it just doesn't feel like the right option. Doesn't feel like the right way forward. So I wouldn't go that way. Damian Priest. I just don't even know where to begin with Damian Priest. Damian Priest. Finn Balor. Finn Balor is right up there for me. He's been putting the work in with Judgment Day. He could absolutely win it. I think it's a lovely little callback with the Universal Championship and the fact that he was the first Universal Champ. He had to surrender it after 24 hours, blah, 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 blah. I think this would be a nice similarity back to that. You know, it'd be a nice echo back to that. And we would basically get the Finn Balor title reign that we was meant to get. And then Seth Rollins is outright favorite. So those are the names. Those are a quick breakdown of some thoughts in regards to those names. And yeah, you know, it's going to be really interesting. It's going to be really, really interesting to see which direction they actually go in. But I do agree with Mitchell. I'd hate to see them do that where, you know, we do this, we get to the final, someone gets injured, and then they just swap it out for someone else. I wouldn't want to see that. Certainly if it was someone else that wasn't in the tournament anyway. And we've seen that before with Shane McMahon. You know, we got to the final. I forget who it was now. Miz against Dolph, was it? Miz against Dolph Ziggler or someone? But yeah, there was an injury, and so we needed a replacement, and Shane McMahon put himself in. It was awful. It was like the whole thing was awful. That was the best in the world tournament, wasn't it? It was awful. Mitchell said, do you really want your inaugural world champion being someone who's already a Hall of Famer, though? Seth, Finn, AJ could benefit more. Yeah, that doesn't bother me, because I think if your first champion is a Hall of Famer, all it's doing is it's bringing legitimacy to this title. This is a championship which has no history, no legacy. I think that you are going to need to work quite hard to make this belt feel important. And so you could easily go, as I said, you could go with any of those other options. Seth, Finn, AJ would be absolutely fine. But I would not penalize Edge or Ray just because they're already in the Hall of Fame, because actually that gives me something that I'm looking for, and that is legitimacy. You know, if that belt is being held by big names, established names, then that's only going to help the look of that belt. If that belt was to only go around people that have never been champ, then it will sort of feel like what the Intercontinental belt should be. The Intercontinental belt really should be going to workhorses and people really that haven't been world champion, in my opinion. You know, really that's the stepping stone belt. You kind of put the work in and you then win the Intercontinental Championship, just like Gunther is doing right now. And then you go on to the world title. Now, obviously, once you've been at the world title, you can't stay at that level forever. So we do see people dipping back down and having a run with the Intercontinental belts. I haven't got a massive problem with it. It's not like a pet peeve or anything. I don't have an issue with it. But yeah, I think in regards to this is a world title. This is the World Heavyweight title. So people that are already in the Hall of Fame, I don't see that as their career is done. I don't see it that their career is over. It's time for other people now. They are still, and certainly very much in Ray's case, active members on the roster. You know, Ray is the driving force behind the LWO at the moment. And, you know, that's a big faction. That's a big story. He's obviously got one of the biggest feuds with Dominic. The idea, I think, that just because Ray's now in the Hall of Fame, his career is over, I think that's flawed. And I can understand it because traditionally you didn't go into the Hall of Fame until your career is over. So I can understand that thinking, but it's not, you know, just because they've put him in and he's still active, I don't think that means that his career is done for me. So Ray being in the Hall of Fame, I don't see it as a negative. I see it as a positive. Same with Edge. And the only thing with Edge is I do agree that him winning this is only going to be for a short-term thing. But I don't really see that as too much of a problem either, because I think you know, Edge's name being attached to this belt is a positive. I think it's a world title. I think if he's holding this belt and really showing the emotion in a promo, saying how much this means to him, all of that stuff just really helps this belt. It really helps the belt because he'll have it over his shoulder. You know, maybe we can get a bit of waterworks going and he can just be talking about how amazing this moment was. Like how we didn't think he'd be able to come back and win a world title again. And as I said, you know, it just really puts that belt over. So yeah, not a negative for me, not a negative. But Jojo, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the kind words. Hasib said, in your opinion, what roster excites you more and what feud do you want to see the most? I prefer the SmackDown roster and I would love to see Roman AJ. I think the one thing I have not done is sit down and just look at the names, to be honest. But looking at the two rosters, I mean, first of all, you've got Roman and Bray over on SmackDown. For me, that's the biggest star and maybe the most intriguing. It's certainly the most different. I mean, what Bray gives you, you don't get from anyone else. So I like the fact that they're over on SmackDown. Looking at Raw, we do have the likes of Cody and we do have the likes of Seth. It sort of feels very similar to how it was, to be honest. I know there are some changes, but it sort of feels very similar to how we had it set up before. So on SmackDown, it's Bloodline, it's Usos, it's Roman, it's Solo, it's Bray, right? Which is kind of how I saw what I looked for with SmackDown before. And then over on Raw, you've got all the talent scrambling around trying to win the world title. I mean, don't forget, before Roman had that belt, that world championship was being carried by the likes of Big E, for example. You know, there was a real scramble over on Raw as the different people were trying to win that WWE championship. Now I feel like we're just right back there again. But only this time it's not for the WWE championship, it's for the World Heavyweight Championship. So to answer your question, it's tricky because I think both have got their own merit. I think both rosters look like they're going to offer something. As I said, I think over on SmackDown, we've got the Bloodline story, which has been the best. We got once Bray comes back, hopefully we get the Fiend and the Funhouse and all of that good stuff. So I feel like there's plenty, and LA Knight, of course, people love LA Knight. There's plenty to get your teeth into over on SmackDown. But then looking over at Raw, you know, you've got just this incredible pool of talent that's going to be competing for that World Heavyweight Championship, including the likes of Cody and Seth and Drew. I mean, Drew's moved back over there now. You've got Shinsuke over there, which I think is going to be a good move for Shinsuke. I think Shinsuke going to Raw, I think is going to be a real positive. But Kevin is over there. Kevin is over there. Sammy is over there. I don't think they'll be tag champs for too much longer. And then they can join the hunt for that World Heavyweight Championship as well. So yeah, I think they're both offering something. If I had a gun to my head, I'd probably say SmackDown. Just because it's a 2-hour show. I think there's great talent on both rosters, but I think the fact that SmackDown's a 2-hour show just means that everything's going to be a bit tighter. Whereas with Raw, it's just, that third hour. They've said it can be really hard to book, and sometimes it can be hard to watch. Like a lot of Raws you watch and you just think, this would have been a better show if we'd have not had maybe that would have been so much tighter, so much better. So yeah, really just because of the third hour, which I've never felt is needed. I would say SmackDown probably just gets the nods. Because the thing with SmackDown is that once you do the Bloodline story and maybe you do a bit of Bray, and obviously we got Bianca over there as well, plus a few new faces. I mean, honestly, it's not going to take too much, and then boom, that's it, end of the show. And it'll fly by, and it'll just feel really nice. It'll feel like, I really enjoyed that. That was a good show, because there's just, you got this, got that, boom, show's over. Whereas with Raw, you can do that, but then there's a whole nother hour where you've got to then, explore maybe some things that not really bothered by this feud, or I could have done without that, and blah, 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 blah. So I know that's not necessarily a reflection of the rosters, but it would be interesting if Bray and Roman were both on Raw. Because if Bray and Roman were on Raw, that would eat up a lot of time. And then that would mean that, it would be a stronger show. It would be, goes without saying, wouldn't it? If you put Roman and Bray on Raw, of course, it's going to be a stronger show. But the thing with Roman is that when he is on the show, we keep revisiting him. So it's just this lovely thread all throughout the show. It's just like, you do a promo at the start, and then it sets up the main event. And then throughout the show, you just do like backstage segments. So it's got that lovely thread, and it just tightens and ties everything together. I do think that Raw kind of misses something like that. We don't really have much like that. I mean, normally what we do is we'll do a segment at the start. It'll set up the main event. We might do a little backstage interview with, say, Cody. Say Cody does an opening promo, sets up the main event. There might be an interview with him at some point, but it's not the same as with Roman, where we go to his locker room like a few times throughout the show. And not only are we going to the locker room, but we're also telling a story. Like, we're seeing Roman talk to Sammy, or we're seeing him talk to Jimmy, or we're seeing him talk to Jey, and it's got a purpose. We're not just going in there with Kathy Kelly to ask him some questions. We're actually telling a story. And that can be a big difference between Raw and SmackDown. SmackDown has this story that's weaved throughout the show, and we revisit. Whereas with Raw, we don't always do that. Sometimes we just set it up at the start. We do an interview backstage, and then we go to the main event. And then that means you've got all this time that you've got to fill. So it's, I would like to see, if we're going to talk about what do you want to see, what I would like to see is I'd like to see a real strong story on Raw that runs for months, that's Bloodline-esque. I don't care who is involved, and I don't care what the story is, right? But I want to see a story on Raw where we can go backstage throughout the show and we can get little developments that just push it forwards, or tease little things, I just think that'd be, that worked on SmackDown with Bloodline. And yet the bigger show, the 3-hour show, we just don't seem to do that. So I definitely would like to see that from Raw. Who involved? I'm not bothered. I really don't care. You could, I think for ease, it might make sense to do it with someone like Judgment Day. I think if you're going to revisit something a few times, you're going to need quite a few people to be involved. Just like Bloodline is Usos, Solo, was Sammy, Roman, Heyman, right? So there was quite a few people involved. So I think if you're going to do something like that on Raw, it's going to have to be Judgment Day, or it's going to have to be Damage Control, or it's going to have to be something that's got, a few people involved. And actually, it doesn't necessarily need to just be that one story. You could do a story with Judgment Day where you go backstage a couple of times, but then do a different story with Damage Control where you go backstage a couple of times. So, you've got these couple of stories that are sort of overlapping maybe. But that, for me, the storytelling side of things, that was such a success with Bloodline. And it's still going as well. I mean, one of the big things we tuned into Backlash for was to see if Solo was going to turn on the Usos. And he almost did. But that's something that we're still keeping an eye on. Obviously, we want to see the fallout with Damage Control. But, I mean, that will likely just be one segment. That will likely just be that it's a match and then that's it. Something will be said or, it's not something that we're going to necessarily revisit lots of times backstage, which I think is a shame. I wish that's something that we would look at. And who knows, maybe we will, as we said. It's a big show tonight. But I used to not like the Usos as a tag team, says Matrix. They seem cartoonish. Now they are heels and they are more serious. Yeah. When they were doing the Uso crazy stuff, I agree. I wasn't a fan. It was fine for a bit of a pop and a bit of cheap kind of, whatever. The crowd would be like, singing the Usos thing or chanting the Usos thing. They would come out, they'd do their little jump and, they had the face paint and, it was what it was. They were just fun. And as you said, I think that's a really good word, cartoonish. But as soon as they turned heel and started dressing a bit cooler, acting a bit cooler, they just went to a completely different level. Very similar to Roman, actually. I mean, Roman, I don't know if he was cartoonish, but he certainly wasn't widely accepted when he was a face. And as soon as he turned heel and aligned himself with Paul Heyman, so much cooler. And that obviously was the foundation for this incredible Bloodline story and incredible title reign. So I agree. Mitchell said they can't do a story that includes Dominic speaking a lot right now. He gets way too much heat, says Mitchell. Is there a real return tonight, or is it just Becky or McIntyre who've not been gone that long, said Corey. I think it's Becky, personally. I mean, the word on Twitter was that it's going to be a big-time return. And I think the fact that big time was used was a way to hint at Becky, big-time Bex. But I think people took big time as literal and have started thinking it's a big-time return. So, it's clever in a way. Of whoever wrote that or however they structured that, because it's not a lie, is it? If Becky comes back, it is a big time return. It's big time Bex, but it's not the big time return that I think some people have got it in their heads that it's going to be, So I'm expecting Becky, but I think that look, keep an open mind. It could be a bit of a swerve, couldn't it? They could be making me think it's Becky. And then actually it turns out to be Bray or Alexa or whoever. But no, I am expecting it to be Becky. Do you think Bray is a lock to return on SmackDown, or could it be Raw? I think that it could be anywhere. I mean, right now he must be a free agent because he wasn't drafted to either show. He wasn't part of the draft. So we know that the old rosters don't count anymore, because they've selected their superstars, haven't they? So I think he's got the ability to go anywhere, to be truthful. Right now, he's still listed as being on SmackDown. That's probably because on Wikipedia, they don't know where else to put him. But, I mean, you could be right. There probably is a chance for him to go to Raw. And honestly, if he did, I think it would be better, because I think we're talking about a 3-hour show that, as I've just spent maybe a bit too long talking about, I think could really benefit from a story that is weaved throughout that show and that we continually revisit. And there is no reason as to why that can't be Bray. I mean, Bray would be fantastic to be that story. And again, that's another example of something that we was sort of seeing on SmackDown. We didn't see loads of it. Certainly not more recently, but when he first came back, we would have him, say, talking backstage, and then later on we would get Uncle Howdy interrupt the broadcast. And so, do you remember that? I'm thinking in particular, I think it was the second week he came back. He did a little thing backstage where he was talking about, I'm sorry I was interrupted, blah, 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 blah. I know who that person is. I know what they want. I'm just a slave to the circle now, blah, all this kind of stuff. It was a little backstage thing, and he was done. And then later in the show, we had a little thing interrupts, and it was Howdy saying, why do you lie? Why do you lie to the ones you love? And that's when we got the Howdy. And that was in a little thing later. So that's an example of us revisiting something and a story developing. You know, you've got Bray saying, I know who it is. You've got Howdy interrupting. You had the arrival of a new character. I don't think there was anything further that week, though. It would have been good if there'd then been something in the ring as well, you know? But we know that this Bray story has been kept purposely quite slow. But I think if he was to come back, go to Raw, the 3-hour show, and for us to keep kind of going back to, you know, something backstage, him backstage, or, you know, maybe going back to the fun house or whatever it might be. And there was like a bit of a story and, more importantly, storyline progression. I think that could be really interesting. I think it'd be a lot of pressure on him, but we have just hired a writer. So he doesn't have to come up with it all by himself now, you know? So I would like to see him move to Raw. I think he'd have more room to breathe on Raw. I think there's more time. I think we could revisit him a few times throughout the show. I also think as well, like when we do see him, there should be little things in the background that we can talk about. Nothing massive that completely distract. I do think the QR codes were a problem because, not a massive problem, but they were just at the wrong points. Because, I mean, speaking from experience, I was scanning them and then obviously looking on Twitter, getting your thoughts, talking about them, and just completely missing what else was on the show. And I can't have been the only one that was doing that. And so I think that, for me, is it was great. White Rabbit was amazing. But I think if we do something like that again, it needs to be tweaked because it was too much of a distraction from the show. But yeah, I think, you know, you could put a few little things in the background, a few little things that you could like chew over, try and work out what they mean, speculate about, but it doesn't massively distract from the show, you know? And it would be good as well if some of these things would get explained eventually, because I do think there's a lot with Bray that's kind of set up and teased and then just never plays off. You know, I mean, the sixes that have been everywhere, the whole Wyatt 6 thing. I mean, are we ever going to get a payoff for that? I have no idea. Maybe not. I mean, at the moment, it's Howdy, it's Alexa, it's Bray. And we might just continue into a new story now. And, you know, all this Wyatt 6 stuff that's been speculated about so much just may never get any sort of payoff. And the same with, like, a lot of other little bits as well that have been planted. You know, there was loads of little Easter eggs and teases in that last Firefly Funhouse that have been speculated over. Like, why were all those locations moved around as Howdy was doing the weather? Apparently all those locations were just in completely the wrong places. Well, there must have been a reason for that. You know, does something like that ever get explained? Why were the two figures wrestling each other in the Funhouse, Undertaker and Undertaker? Like, again, you can speculate about it. Will that ever get explained? I feel like Alexa was the one that opened the door in the Funhouse, so I think that'll be explained. But, like, why did Uncle Howdy have so many different masks? Was he the same person? Like, who was the person that attacked LA Knight? We still don't know who attacked LA Knight. We can speculate on it, and we can say it was Uncle Howdy. But the person that kidnapped him was wearing a completely different mask from the one Uncle Howdy wears. And it looked to me like it was Bray. I could just roughly see the outline. But again, you know, there's been no explanation of this. All of this stuff is just put out there for you to speculate on and theorize over, and that's it. It's, you know, it comes to a point where you get a bit like, what's the point? You get a bit frustrated with it because if you don't get like the answers on it, if you don't ever get told if you're right or wrong, it doesn't make you want to continue doing it, or it doesn't make me want to continue like speculating about it because you never get any answers. The story just moves on, you know, and goes in a different direction or just ignores, you know, where you've been. So some of this though may have been answered had Bray have stuck around. We don't know. Right? So some of that we might have got there eventually. But I mean, there's plenty from the original Funhouse going back to 2019 that we never got answers on. So I don't know that we ever would have got there. So in regards to Bray, that's something I would have liked to see change. I think that he is very creative. I think that he is doing something different to anyone else out there at the moment, and I think that's to be applauded. But there's definitely tweaks that I think we would all like to see get made with that character and with the presentation, and that would definitely be one. I want to see some. I want to see some feedback. I want to see some answers. I want to get that kind of satisfying feeling of like knowing what that stuff meant, rather than just constantly speculating about it. You know. Right. Let's go down. Days. Brock Lesnar's 10 world title reigns add up to 1,511 days, said Bora. Roman's 6 have come to 1,163. Do you think Roman passes Brock? I don't think he'll pass him with this title reign. Could he get another world title reign in the future and pass him then? I mean, how long's he got? He's got another year. He's got like another 300 and some odd days there, hasn't he, to beat Brock? I don't think he'll do it with this title reign, no. But will he do it ever again? Oh, that's a good question, that is, because I think once this title reign's done, I can see him going to Hollywood. And when he comes back, will he be winning like world titles and carrying the belts? I can see him challenge him. I could see him even winning and carry him for a very short time before he's got to go again. So is he going to be able to build that up enough to actually beat Brock? And, you know, could Brock win a world title again to even extend that number even further? That's a really interesting question. That's a really interesting question. Will Roman have a longer combined world title reign than Brock Lesnar? I'm going to lean towards no. Because, and I'll tell you why. I'm thinking he loses the title at SummerSlam. So that means that he's got, say, another, 80 days or so. I don't know how long it is till SummerSlam. But it's normally around August. And right now we're in May. So say 3 months, that would be 90 days. So 90 days, add 90 days onto the 1163 is 1253. He's still well short of Brock's 1511, 200 and some days short. So he would have to come back and win a world title again and carry it for 200 odd days, which is a long time. And I think once this title reign's done, I just don't think he's going to be around the titles, because I think other people need a chance to carry the belts, you know? I mean, any further title reigns are not going to make Roman a bigger star, are they? He doesn't. We've got to the point now where I don't think Roman needs the belts. He doesn't need them. Any further title reigns after this will not make him a bigger star. All it'll do is it'll just, legitimize the belt, really. It'll be like the belt's on a credible champion. Maybe you give him the World Heavyweight title at some point down the road, just to, again, legitimize that title. Very similar to what they did with the Universal belt. The Universal belt was held by the likes of Brock and obviously Roman. It had big names carrying that belt, so that you knew that that was an important belt. And just like the conversation we had earlier where we were saying that the likes of Edge, Ray carrying the new world title, I don't think would be an issue because of the fact that that's what you need. To legitimize this new title, you need Roman, Brock, Edge, Ray. You need those types of names to carry it at some point to make this title feel just as important as the belt that Roman has now, the undisputed ones. But in order for him to get to the 1-5, that's still quite a way off, that is. That's still quite a way off. In many ways, we're just over just past 2/3. He's got a good chunk of time to go to beat Brock. So right now, I'm going to lean towards no. If he is still champ after SummerSlam, though, come back to me then. I'm basing this on the fact that he loses it at SummerSlam. So if he continues past SummerSlam, come back to me then. Rollins cannot win his qualifier. He will be against Roman at Night of Champions. The world champ will be Finn, and he will beat Nakamura, said Joseph. LA Dark Knight said, who do people think will be the first two wrestlers to fight in space or on Mars? It's a serious question. If Elon Musk starts a wrestling promotion, I think we're probably a long way off that. I think the first people to do that haven't been born yet. Krista said, do you think we will ever see Roman against Jey Uso again? That's a good question as well. I mean, it feels like we're on a collision course. If you mean in a tag match, yes. I think there's a great chance we see Roman and Solo versus the Usos. Great chance at that. Will we ever see Roman and Jey in a one-on-one match? Don't know, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know. The reason why I say I don't know is because I think we are building towards Roman and Solo against the Usos. I can definitely see that. Would they do matches? You know, like when you build into a big tag match, you do like Jey versus Solo, Jey versus Roman, Roman versus Jimmy, Solo versus Jimmy in the build, and then you get to the pay-per-view and you do the tag match. I don't think they would do that with Roman because Roman just doesn't have that many matches. You know, when Roman has a match, it's a big deal. It's oh my God, Roman's fighting this week. You don't just throw him out there for matches for the sake of it. So I don't think you would do that sort of a build towards that sort of a tag match. You would do segments, promos, beatdowns, things along those lines, but you wouldn't do that kind of a setup, you know. If it was Street Profits against Alpha Academy, I'm absolutely certain we would get Montez versus Otis. And we would get Dawkins versus Chad, and we would get Chad versus Montez, and blah, 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 until we got to the actual tag match. But as I said, I don't think you would do that for Roman Solo against the Usos. I personally don't think we're going to see the Usos split up. I know there's a lot of people that are into the idea of Jey Uso being a world champion. I don't see that personally. I think he's good. I think he's very good. I think he's a good promo. I think he's a good wrestler. I just think that there's other solo stars that are ahead of him. I think that for him to go into that solo division, that singles division, he's having to stand there with the likes of AJ and Kevin and Sammy and Drew and Sheamus and Gunther. You know, you're in with killers. You are in with big names. And I think that if you're going to put the world title on him, you're only doing it for storyline. You're only doing it because, you know, that is something specific that you want to do, more so than, don't want to say he doesn't deserve it, because that's not quite right. It's not that he doesn't deserve it, but he doesn't have the singles experience to warrant it. That's the way to words it. For me, if he's going to be like a singles champ, I need to see him in singles feud being a singles star. Unless you're going to put him in there as a one-off, one-time thing with Roman, and you specifically want Jey to be the one to end it. But as I said, you know, that you'd have to specifically want that. That would have to be the story. Because otherwise, he's just not shown enough as a single star to warrant becoming we're talking about a world championship here. We're talking about something Cody has spent his life trying to achieve and has yet to achieve. You know, we're talking about something that's just, you know, the absolute pinnacle mountaintop for singles wrestlers. Like, the idea that we would just give it to Jey Uso, who's done very little in the singles division, you know, it's not a direction I would go personally. You could go that way. And as I said, if people really wanted that, then give him a run as a single star. But for me, I think he is part of arguably the greatest tag team in WWE history. I mean, the Usos have got to be in that conversation. His career, his legacy is absolutely assured. Part of the bloodline, you know, in so many massive segments well-paid superstar. I mean, I would actually probably campaign for the Usos to break all kinds of tag records, more than I would fit, because I think his legacy should be as one half of the greatest tag teams in WWE history. That should be Jey's legacy, in my opinion. I think he should be seen as one half of the greatest tag team. So how do we make the Usos the greatest tag team? What do we do to make them the greatest tag team? They've already been the only team to main event WrestleMania, actual proper team to main event WrestleMania. I know there was a tag match at WrestleMania 1, but that was between Roddy Piper and Mr. Wonderful, who were not a proper tag team. They were just, put together for that match. And Hogan and Mr. T, not a proper tag team, just put together for that match. Sammy and Kevin, not really a proper tag team, are they? They're two solo stars that were put together largely for that match. They'll go back to being single stars soon enough. So really, you can make the argument they're the only proper tag team to main event WrestleMania, the Usos. And certainly one of the first tag teams as well to main event WrestleMania. And they were in the first ever tag title match that main evented WrestleMania. I believe them to be the longest reigning tag team champions. I don't know if they're the most decorated. I don't know if they've won those belts more than the other teams. That would be something I would look at. I would have a look to see if we can get them some more 5-star matches. I would look to see if we can get them to, I don't know, could they be the first winners of a tag team Money in the Bank? Have they ever won a tag team Elimination Chamber? We have done that before. Could they win a tag team Battle Royal? Like, what firsts could we give them? What could we do to really cement them as the greatest tag team in history? Because for me, that's their legacy. That's what they are. They're in the conversation for that, but what can we do further to do that? I'd be a lot more interested in sitting down and exploring that than trying to just get a belt on him, which, to be honest, I just don't think he needs. I don't think he needs it. I mean, of course he would want it, but he's not a single star. He's not a single star. So if you want him to beat Roman, that's fine. We can do that, but I would probably just wait for Roman to lose the title. And I would put that belt on someone that, like Seth or AJ or, Gunther or someone that can use it. Because whoever beats Roman is going to be a big star going forwards. It's going to be a little bit like beating the Undertaker's streak. Well, you wouldn't have had one half of a tag team beat the Undertaker's streak, would you? I don't think you would have had Jey Uso beat the Undertaker and be the one to get the recognition for beating the streak. That had to go to a single star. And I sort of feel the same about this Roman title reign as well. This is a little bit different, only because Jey is involved. He's obviously related. We've got the Bloodline story. So I do concede it is a little different to comparing it to the Undertaker streak. But I still feel the same way in regards to it should be a proper solo single star that does that. So do I think we'll see Jey and Roman again? I'm going to lean towards no. Certainly if I was booking, it's not the direction I would look to go. I really would be so focused on trying to make the Usos undeniably the greatest tag team we've ever seen. And I really think that should be their space. That should be their legacy. And I think that whoever beats Roman will get a massive, massive push. And I think that could benefit so many solo single stars that I would look to give it to one of those. Big Time Back said, Dave, Smackdown lost 414,000 viewers from the draft episodes. Clearly a world champion consistently on the show. Clearly a world champion consistently on the show. I don't know what that last bit means. But that's interesting about the ratings. Days, if you was WWE, would you give Carlito a full-time contract? If I was WWE, would I give Carlito a full-time contract? I don't think I can, because I don't. If I'm WWE, I think hasn't Vince put a freeze on contracts? So I think there's a few people they were interested in bringing in. I heard rumors they wanted Jay White and they wanted Nick Aldis and they wanted to get Naomi back, but they couldn't do the deals and they couldn't put the offer in place because I think Vince has shut that down. Probably to do with the sale. They're just keeping things quite tight. I mean, it's a weird time at the moment, isn't it? What with Endeavor and the sale going through and everything. So I don't believe he will get a contract. I don't think an offer will come through, and I think that's probably going to be related to the sale. Aaron, shout out to you, my friends. Aaron said, I missed his super chat. I do apologize. I did miss it. Let me go back. I don't think I even saw your other one, but Aaron said, I would love AJ Roman one more time. The matches in 2016 were truly unforgettable for me. I think AJ is so great. Shame he hasn't felt the same. Yeah, I think that there's a few people that have been victims of this Roman title reign. And I think AJ is one. And I think that even before that, actually, you know, he was kind of pushed to the side a little bit. I mean, for me, you can go back to 2020, go back to the Boneyards, which was great for him to be the Undertaker's last opponent. But really, since then, I mean, he's just been involved in we tried to do the OC thing. For me, it didn't work. I just didn't. I don't think that they did a good job of. I don't think the name is any good, starters, right? The OC is such a bad name. I think that they. I don't know why they. You see, the success of the Bullet Club is because, I mean, Bullet Club is just such a cool name. Their logo is cool. The look was cool. The T-shirts are some of the best-selling shirts ever, right? Everything, the marketing side of Bullet Club was bang on. It was absolutely correct. Forget what was actually even happening on the show, right? Forget the booking, right? But just Bullet Club as a name, the logos, the shirts, the colors, black and white. I mean, the two suites, it all heavily stole from the NWO. But that's something that worked. You know, the NWO worked. They took it, they twisted it, and they made their own thing. And it didn't come off as a cheap knockoff. It came off as something cool, right? So it was a tribute that came off as really cool. And it was good. The OC, I mean, what is that? I mean, the logo, I think it's like that thing in like a mask, but that doesn't look cool to me. It looks like the kind of generic image that some sort of profile picture generator would come up with, you know. It's not something that I care for to have on a t-shirt. The OC makes me think of the TV show. The color scheme, I think, is like black and red. Well, that's cool, but we could definitely make it a lot stronger. We could definitely make it bolder. We could definitely do more with that color scheme. I just think without even the book inside, I just think the name, the logo, the look, the ring gear, it just doesn't pop. It doesn't stand out. It doesn't look cool. Like we're starting from a very weak foundation. And then you look at how they were booked and it was just wishy-washy and it just wasn't really like anything good. And no wonder this thing is not getting over, you know? I mean, there was high hopes for when Gallows and Anderson came back. But again, I would argue that it was a little better. They were booked a bit better, but it still wasn't really, you know, knocking it out of the park. I think putting Mia Yim with them, Michin, was nice. I thought that added a dimension that actually was missing. You know, she's cool, she's credible, people like her, and that kind of added an extra dimension. But again, you know, look at how that was treated. I mean, unfortunately, AJ got injured, and so we didn't even know if she was part of that group anymore. But now she's seemingly back with them. I mean, look, there's definitely something there because they are great tag team, Gallows and Anderson. AJ's one of the best to ever do it. We all love Mia Yim. We all want it to succeed. It's not like Hit Row or Maximum Male Models, where I think a lot of people are looking at it and they just don't care. if it fails. I think a lot of people look at the OC and, you know, you just naturally cheer for them. You're like, you're willing them on, you're rooting for them. But I can't say that for me personally, I feel like a deep connection or I'm right there with them. Because I look at it and it's just not right. It just doesn't look cool. It just doesn't work for me personally. But it doesn't change how I feel about AJ. And I completely agree with Aaron and Mitchell about AJ, Roman. Let's go. I mean, I think we do need to turn the spotlight upon AJ. I think we do need to get going with some feuds and stories and, you know, but I mean, he's been away all year. We haven't seen much of him. So now that he's back, it'll be interesting to see what stories they tell. And the only thing is, I think, are they on different brands? I think they are, aren't they? Are they on the same brand, different brands? Main roster for... Because I still don't know the brands. I'll be quite happy to admit that. Off the top of my head, if someone was like, where's this person? I'd be like, I don't know. No, he's on the same brand as Roman. Maybe we do get that then. So he's on SmackDown, so maybe we do get that. Maybe we will get AJ and Roman. Because looking at SmackDown, it's not the biggest roster. And looking at who Roman could feud, Edge jumps out, Bray jumps out, Bobby jumps out, AJ Styles jumps out, maybe LA Knight, if he continues to get as over as what he's getting, he jumps out. We could see him against Solo as well. If it all falls apart, we could see Roman and Solo maybe down the road. So there's definitely a few names that jump out as to who he could feud with. The only thing I would say is the last time there was a draft, I remember sitting here and I remember looking at the rosters and moving the pieces around, going their main event, their mid-card, their tag team, that's women's division. And I remember the only two names that we had as main events was Drew and Roman, and that was it. And I remember looking at it going, who the hell is Roman going to feud with? Because in the mid-card, you had Jeff Hardy, you had Shinsuke, you had Cesaro, there was Kofi, who was with the New Day. And I remember looking at those names going, well, he could feud with those, but they don't feel like big feuds. And actually, I think, am I right in saying he never feuded with Shinsuke? I don't think he did anything with Cesaro. If he did, it was only very minor. Don't think he did anything with Kofi. So I don't think he did end up doing anything with those. What we actually ended up doing is leaning heavily into the Raw roster. You know, Royal Rumble. He had a match against the likes of Seth Rollins. And obviously we saw Riddle and RK Bro coming over. And we saw him getting involved with Riddle, actually having a match on SmackDown against Riddle. One of his biggest feuds in recent times has been against Kevin Owens, who was also a Raw superstar. So it was kind of funny because we did look after the last draft and go, where's all the Roman opponents? And the answer turned out to be Raw. Hopefully it's not going to be that way this time. And hopefully we are going to stick to the brand split. And hopefully that means good things for AJ Styles, potentially Bobby Lashley, potentially Bray Wyatt, potentially Edge. You know, there's definitely some names there that, as we said, could feud with Roman. And I think that AJ is right in that mix. Yeah, I agree. I can't see why you wouldn't go that way. Coyote SB, shout out to you. Appreciate the kind words. Aaron, I didn't see your other super chat, buds. Let me know what it said. Don't super chat it, just jot it down and I'll try and get to it. I think the most interesting part of Solo turning on his brothers is finding out why, says Jim. Well, I mean, I sort of took that already as because he's tired of them losing. I don't think there was any problems when they were the tag champs, but I think them losing those. But I think Jey not being sure whether to come or go has, alerted Roman and Solo and Jimmy like something's not right. And do you remember they overheard Jey saying he's back with the Usos? He doesn't know yet if he's back with the Bloodline. Paul Heyman overheard that. So I think Jey not being sure whether to come or go was a factor. I think them then losing at WrestleMania was definitely a factor. I think the fact they didn't solve the Sammy problem was an issue. And they've just continually like sort of botched things and dropped the ball. I mean, really, it has all fallen apart ever since that night at the Royal Rumble. And as we said, a big part of that was Jey not knowing what to do. And I think that it's just spilled over into now Solo basically not trusting them and Roman not trusting them. And not only not trusting them, but also feeling like they are dragging the Bloodline name down. They're dragging the family down because they're not the success that they were before. And I think it would be something along those lines. But again, that's just putting pieces together, isn't it? We haven't actually heard from Roman and Solo as to why he would turn if he did turn. Jake said, right now, would you class Bray as mid-cards? Would you class Bray as mid-cards? That's a good question. It's a good question because I don't feel like Bray is what you would refer to as a mid-carder because, he's on a good contract, big number. He is someone that they are going to use. He's someone that's got privileges in the sense of, a typical mid-carder, you might think of Austin Theory, right? Who's got a mid-card belt. Or you might think of Gunther, who's got a mid-card belt. Or you might think of Bobby at the moment, to be honest. He's not around the title picture. He's slipped back to the mid-cards. Those are the sort of names, I think, around the middle of the cards. Bray is someone that is factually in the mid-card. He's not in the main event scene. He doesn't close the show. Even at the Royal Rumble, when we saw him, he didn't close the show. He was never going to main event either night at WrestleMania. So he's not in that real top main event scene. So I suppose from that perspective, he is. But from a contract, creative freedom, maybe merch selling point of view, I don't know that he could be classed as a mid-carder that way. Would you class Bray Wyatt as a mid-carder? My answer would be no. But is he from a old school point of view, is he in the mid-cards? You'd have to say yes. His placing on a card is going to be in the middle of the cards. It might be nearer towards the top of the middle, but it's still the middle. If you're not closing out the shows, if you're not a world champion and you're not main eventing the shows, then you're in the mid card or below. And so he would be kind of in the mid cards at the moment. It's one of those. Bray's a difficult one because you can have the same conversation about the Undertaker. The Undertaker never had the belts. He didn't always close out the shows, but was Undertaker a mid-carder? I would say no, just like I would say Bray is not, because I think Undertaker is an attraction, and I think that there's some people that don't need belts, and I think that Bray is similar. I think Bray doesn't need a belt. He doesn't need a belt. He's an attraction to himself. He's on a big contract. He sells a lot of merch. He's got creative freedom that the likes of Austin Theory doesn't enjoy. So, there's plenty of reasons as to why he is not a mid-carder. But if people were to fire back, but he's not in the main event and blah, 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 I wouldn't have an argument. I can't argue the fact that physically he's in the middle of the cards. I hope that explains it. But would I class him as a mid-carder? No. Because he's an attraction, as I said, he's on a big contract and he is got a creative freedom that other mid-carders don't enjoy. Days, any more updates on the £400 donation? Did you buy yourself a new hat with it? The PS, the crowd on Saturday was brilliant, says Dally Paul. No, to be honest, no updates. I don't know. I maybe I could look in the analytics. I honestly never go in there. But when the payment comes through each month from Google, there is no breakdown as to where that money has come from. It's literally just, here's what you earned last month. So it doesn't say you got this from Super Chat, you got this from ad revenue, you got this from donations or whatever it might be. It doesn't do that. It just, here's the payment. So I honestly don't know. I mean, I don't know if those things can be cancelled or anything. I have no idea. So whether it was cancelled afterwards, I mean, I'm not saying it was. I don't know. But as I said, maybe the analytics would show where, but I never go in the I am the worst at going into analytics, because what do I need to go into analytics for? We do the same streams all the time. I don't really need to look at analytics because we do the same stuff week in, week out, So I think if you was someone that was trying maybe new titles and new thumbnails and you wanted to know what impact it had and you wanted to know what the watch time was like and all that kind of stuff, I could understand then going into analytics. But for me, I mean, it's Raw and Smackdown and NXT. I can't do shorter streams. I mean, I could by an hour, I suppose, and just do the shows. But I love this chatting with you guys, so I wouldn't want to take this away. So I don't need analytics to tell me if this is working or not, because I don't care. So yeah, I'm not very good at going into those. So what would I buy myself? A new grey hat? I do need some new hats, actually. Do you know, hats are a real problem because I've got a load, but they're really tight. And I think I've got like a large head. And sometimes I put them on and they're just like slowly slip back off again. So I could probably do with a load that are like big, extra large. It's all that wrestling knowledge. Do you know what I mean? It's got to go somewhere. And so, yeah, I've actually only got a couple of hats that really comfortably fit. So I am going to have to try and find some more. So maybe I will treat myself to some new hats. Stand Back TV said, Days, the triple threat matches for tonight have been announced. It's Rollins, Shinsuke, and Priest. It's Cody, Miz, and Balor. That's interesting because I think that's different to what I was told earlier. Right. So yes, you are correct. An hour ago, Byron Saxton. So this broke whilst we were live. So Seth, Shinsuke, and Damian Priest will face the winner of Miz, Finn, and Cody. So Seth, Shinsuke, Damian Priest, Miz, Finn, Cody. I would put a poll up, but I don't know which one's first. If I knew which one was first, then I would put the poll up. But I don't know which one it's going to be. And I could put a poll up and then it will turn out to be the main event. And then we'll miss one of them. And then we won't be able to vote on that. And it'll all be a mess. But yeah, let me know. Who do you think the final will be? So it's going to be either Seth, Shinsuke, or Damian. That feels like Seth, doesn't it? I don't think Damian's going to get to the final. Shinsuke has only just come back. And Seth's a firm favorite. I think if he was in a triple threat, say with Cody, it could have been interesting. Or Finn could have been interesting. But I feel good for Seth there. And then you've got Miz, Balor, Cody. Well, I think that Brock is going to get involved tonight. I think Cody, they're going to have to get Cody out of this tournament without him losing. Like, he could have won it, but he doesn't. And I think Brock will take him out of this tournament. So I can see Brock costing Cody. That then means it's between Miz and Finn. It's got to be Finn. I think it's going to be Finn versus Seth in the final here. Finn versus Seth in the final. And I think Seth's going to go through. I had Finn as my favorite. But it's undeniable how over Seth is with his theme song. There has been some rumors that they really like the look of Seth as well at the moment for this new belt. He's been very vocal about not being happy playing second fiddle to Roman. He's probably made that very clear backstage as well. I think if they were to put the belt on someone else, he might flip. And I think they know that as well. So I think Seth has got to be a firm favorite. Firm favorite with winning this. So Seth, Shinsuke, Priest, and then in the other one, it's Miz, Finn, and Cody. As I said, there's no spoilers or anything. I don't know who's winning it, but right, Days, I hope you're good. I am, thank you. Sian said, hope to see you at Wrestling Shop Live. So excited. I've had so many people saying they're coming along. I'm so excited. It is a shame. I'm only there on the Thursday and the Friday, right? This event runs Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, right? Maybe Sunday as well, I'm not sure. But I can't do the Saturday, which is gutting because that's clearly going to be the day. But if I do the Saturday, I mean, I would have to go quite early to get back to do Money in the Bank stream. We can't not do the Money in the Bank stream. So I need to get back here. I need to be here. And sadly, I live a good couple of hours away from London on a train. And not only that, it takes about half an hour to get from Telford to my house. It's obviously going to take some time to get from the shop to the train. So I think, 3 hours easy. And I don't even know when, because we're in the UK, it ain't going to be starting at 3 o'clock at night. It's going to be, I don't know when it starts, like 5 maybe, for the kickoff show and everything. So that would mean that I would have to leave at around about 1, 2 o'clock lunchtime on the Saturday in order to get back here to do the Money in the Bank stream. And I would also be missing Smackdown the night before because I'd be in a hotel and trying to do a watch along in a hotel. I've tried to do that before. The Wi-Fi is horrific. You can't make noise. In fact, that would be in the UK. And I'd probably end up having to just miss it because it'd be a mess. Bottom line is, I don't think I can make that work. So Thursday and Friday, I can be there all day Thursday because we don't stream. And Friday, I can be there till about, say, 7 o'clock at night because then I can leave, get back home. Because even though Smackdown will be in the UK, it won't air until 1 a.m. It will be a taped show. At least I think it will be a tape show. It normally is a tape show. So it won't air till 1. So that will give me time to get back home. So that's why I'm only there Thursday, Friday. But if I could be there longer, I would be there longer. It's not that I don't want to be there. It's just that I need to stream. I need to do this show. So if you are in the UK and thinking of coming down, come down. It's going to be awesome. Because Bill McKenna is going to be there, who is the lead designer for Mattel. If ever they do figure reveals, Bill is there. He is the guy that oversees elite figures for WWE and Mattel. So if there's someone you want, he's the person to talk to. If there's a question you've got, he's the person to talk to. If you want to know why they've not made a certain figure, he's the person to talk to. If you want to know why they made a certain figure in a certain attire, he's the person to talk to. And he's so nice as well. He's so down to earth. He's got time for everyone and anyone, and he's just lovely. I've met him quite a few times because he always does Wrestling Shop Live. And so I've had the pleasure of spending days with him, basically, where I'm just chatting with people, he's chatting with people. And when there's some quiet moments, just grabbing them and who do you want to make? Who do you want to make next? And, just having conversations about what's your favorite figure? What figure do you wish you could have made? What figure did we almost get, but we didn't get? All that kind of stuff. He was just a fascinating guy to talk to. And apparently there's going to be some exclusive figure reveals. Obviously, I don't know what they are, but apparently they're going to have some new figures never seen before on display. And it's going to be one of the biggest wrestling figure shops that you can actually buy items in the UK for that weekend. The amount of stock they tend to take is very impressive. I mean, if you've been to Wrestling Shop Live before, you'll know the score. It's at a different place this time. I don't know how big this new place is. So I'm not sure. But free to enter, free to look around, of course, free to meet me, free to get a picture. I'll happily sign anything if you want. I'll have a picture with you if you want. I'll talk wrestling with you if you want. Come on down. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be so much fun. It's some of my favorite memories have been when we've done Wrestling Shop Live in the past. Absolutely love chatting with people. I mean, talking about wrestling all day is just a dream, isn't it? It's just, how can you be down on that? You can't. You can't. You should see if you could do Wrestling Shop Warehouse tour. You've not done one in a long time, said Jim. Yeah, do you know, in all fairness, right, I'll be completely honest. I don't think I spoke to them since the last Wrestling Shop Live, which was the end of 2019. Never had an issue with them. Of course, they never had an issue with me. It was just that end of 2019, it was about November time, I think. That was the last Wrestling Shop Live. And then by the time you get into March 2020, we're in a pandemic. And, you know, everything's locking down, isn't it? And we've all got other things going on in our lives. And there's clearly not going to be a Wrestling Shop Live. And actually, he said this is his first one since 2019. They haven't done one since 2019. But it's one of those. I think when you obviously haven't like been in communication, and what with all the streams that we do as well, I think the option has always been there for me to reach out to them and say, you know, could we do another one? Would you mind? Would you like to do that? They are, I'm not just saying this, they are such lovely people. They could not have been nicer to me. Anytime. They've just been awesome. They're just really, really, really lovely people. And because, you know, sometimes you meet people and they're absolute douches and you're like, oh man, I'm not going to enjoy this. I'm not going to enjoy working with these. But no, they're lovely. They are really nice. And I will happily, you know, as soon as they said, do you want to come and do this? I jumped at it. Because as I said, they've always been really kind to me. And I think people that have always come to the shows, I've never heard anyone say they've not had a good time. People have always seemingly really enjoyed themselves. And so this is absolutely the kind of event that I, you know, want to be a part of, love to be a part of. But I reckon if I was to just, like, you know, when I do see them, grab them and go, look, do you mind if we do a thing? I can't see that being a problem at all. Can't see that being a problem at all. And honestly, I mean, I have done so few toy hunts that just anything now to look at would be new to me. Like before, I would go and I would see all these old figures, but I would have seen a good percentage of them in Smiths anyway. And so you're sort of looking for the gems, if you will. You're looking for the things you don't normally see. And so, you know, I'd find a few and I'd highlight those and whatever. Now it would be like, look at this, look at this, look at this. I'd be like, oh my God, look at that. Wow, look at that. Because I just don't go, do I? I don't go anymore. So everything would be amazing to me. I'd be like a kid in a candy shop again. So yeah, I'm sure we can get that sorted. WWE fan said, I live in the UK. I watch Backlash, 3 hours sleep. Then I went to work. Stayed up till 3 a.m, went to work. Now I'm up again watching Raw. I can't do it, you know. I can't do it. I tried doing it when I was at work, and I don't know. I don't know if you just reach a certain age where your body just doesn't respond. Mine did. I used to do it when I was like young. You know, I used to be able to go out drinking, not really sleep, get into work the next day. Yeah, I'd be tired, but I'd get through. But I don't know, just as you get older, like your body's just like, nah, forget this. Your body just like really starts like slowing down on you. I'm old, I'm a boomer. Do you know what I mean? I'm making funeral arrangements and everything. I'm closer to the end than I am the beginning, guys. And I've accepted that. Your body just starts slowing down. So I think I got to that age. So I couldn't do that now. I couldn't watch these shows, like, you know, have fun with you, like talk about it, all this kind of stuff. Go to sleep for a few hours, get up and go to work. My body would be like, you're having a laugh, mate. You're having a laugh. So I've got nothing but respect for people that can do that. I used to be able to do it, but not anymore. James said, wrestling fans, of course there's a lot of douches. Do you know what? I never... This is something else as well. If I did meet any douches at Wrestling Shop Live, I would happily tell you, because I can't remember their names anyway, and I would quite happily just tell you the stories. But I didn't. Everyone was so nice. I never had any bad experiences. Who knows? Maybe I'll get some this time. But I've never had any before. But yeah, it's going to be good. I'm so excited. And also I would say, I don't want to keep banging on about it, but if you are umming and ahhing about it, thinking, oh, shan't I, could I make it? Oh, I don't know what to do it. I think you'll really enjoy it. I think if you're into wrestling, then, there's going to be a load of people around that are also into wrestling. People just, people just want conversations as well. I was talking to people, and other people would just come over and just like chip in, and, it was kind of like these streams, but live, where we're like just talking and people are there, and it turns into this bigger conversation. And then in the background, you got people looking at figures, asking opinions of figures. What do you think about this? Is this better than such and such? And it's like, it's such an interesting place, and just good conversations and everything. And then obviously you can meet Bill, talk to Bill. You can talk to the wrestling shop guys as well. I mean, if there's certain lines that you think should come into the UK, or figures that you think they should try and get a hold of, or you've got ideas for certain things they should be doing, they want that feedback as well. Like, they love talking to the customers and potential customers. And yeah, it's going to be good, man. It's going to be really, really good. Jam said, are there any stars that will be there? I'm going regardless, because I'd love to meet you. It's going to be the highlight of it all, and I'll try and pick up some elites. Jam W, shout out to you, but can't wait to meet you. When you do come and see me, let me know as to what your names are on the streams and everything. I mean, I would love to meet, put some faces to names. But I mean, if you're someone that just watches and you don't actually comment in the chat as well, let me know as well. I'd love. I just want to. It's weird for me. I mean, you got to remember, I just sit in a room and what I see is like this text. So sometimes the idea that there's people behind that text doesn't really register. In fact, most of the time it doesn't really register. And so it's so bizarre for me to actually see people and people coming up to me telling me about things that I've said on streams that they agree or disagree with or whatever. And I'm like, oh, you heard me say that, did you? And they're like, yeah, I watch you most nights. I'm like, oh, okay. It's bizarre for me. It messes with your head a bit. So yeah, if you are coming along, let me know what your name is, or if you lurk in the shadows. In regards to WWE Superstars, there's nothing confirmed. I did ask that question. They said that there's potential for it. They are in talks with WWE, but they don't have anything confirmed at this stage. Now, there's still a good couple of months to go, so whether something comes of that, I genuinely don't know. I think it'd be amazing if they could. The only downside is that's not something WWE offer for free. Apparently, there is a cost, which might not be the biggest surprise in the world, but there is a cost. Even if you're someone like Wrestling Shop that sells WWE wrestling figures and you are promoting the WWE brand, there is still a cost involved in getting a superstar to come along. And I don't even think you can hand select what that superstar is. I think they just basically tell you who's available, and so you get whoever. They did manage, we have had stars before, they did manage, I think it was last time in 2019, they specifically requested someone that was UK based, because I think they were told the cost would be a bit lower. I think they were told that if they're UK based, they're easier to arrange. And so, maybe transport or whatever, it's a bit easier to sort out. They ended up getting Trent Seven and Tyler Bate, 2 for 1. Amazing. Which I thought was awesome. So Trent Seven and Tyler Bate were at Wrestling Shop Live back in 2019, I think it was. Massive queues to meet them. Went down a storm. Tyler Bate, the first NXT UK champion, of course. That was greatly received. And, Trent Seven, one of the bigger names on NXT UK. So, yeah, that was really good. Whether they can get it over the line this time, I don't know. They have told me they are trying, though. So it's going to be a watch this space kind of a situation. So, yeah, we'll see. It should be Gunther. Oh, man. I tell you, if they get Gunther, I'll freak out, man. I'll freak out. Who do I want to meet? I want to meet I would definitely try and meet Gunther. I would join the queue. Asuka, I think, would be awesome. I can't see him getting Roman. Could you imagine? LA Knight would be, LA Knight is so over. If you could meet LA Knight right now, that picture would do great on social media. So LA Knight would be great. But there's so many that you just wouldn't turn down. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's loads that I would love to meet. Austin Theory might not be at the top of my list, but yeah, Johnny Gargano, after the banging matches he's had in NXT. Let's go. Grayson Waller. I love Grayson Waller. I'd love to meet Grayson Waller. Bianca Belair. Rhea Ripley at the moment. Dominic Mysterio. As much as we've joked about Dominic Mysterio, he is getting so much heat at the moment that right now, meeting Dominic Mysterio, that picture, if I manage to get a picture with Dominic Mysterio, put it up on Twitter, I'm sure people would really enjoy that. It's he's one of those people that just sparks a reaction, and there's so many great people. I suppose the ones that you might not be as fussed by would be your Akira Tozawas. No shade on Akira Tozawa, but he's just not really done or doing much at the moment. Those would be kind of the names that you'd be a bit more like, I can take it or leave it. But there's actually so many at the moment that I'd be like, yeah, I'd love to meet them. So for me personally, I hope it gets over the line. But you know that it'll get over the line, and you know it'll happen, and it'll be on Saturday. And it won't be there. It'll be Gunther, Asuka, and Alondra Blaze, right? They'll get Bruno Sammartino back from the grave, and they'll do it on Saturday when I'm not around. That's what they'll do. Just to spite me. I saw you in October. I did not realize it was you, said off Tom. You saw me in October last year? I never go out. Where was I? Why not Gunther, the Ring General, in the tournaments? Don't know. They haven't really. They haven't said why they selected who they selected. This is just the list of names, so I don't know, to be honest. You can't even make the argument. Well, he's the Intercontinental title champion because Austin Theory's in it, isn't he? And he's US champ, so you can't even make that argument. So I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. I'm sure Alondra will be going on a book tour soon. Oh, she got a book coming out. Oh, I definitely want that. I'm not really a reader, to be honest. I'm not very good at finding time to read, but I do enjoy audiobooks. So if she is releasing a book, I hope she releases an audio version, because I will definitely listen to that. She can't really sign an audio version, though. That's the only problem. So I'd probably end up getting the book just so she could sign it. But I'd love to meet Alondra Blaze. Like I've said before, I think I really love women's wrestling because when I got into wrestling, Alondra Blaze was a big thing. And they really were pushing her. She was on the house shows and she was on Raw a bit. And because she was a woman in, what was largely a man's sport, there was men everywhere. You never saw women's wrestling that often. She really stood out. And for me, it was she was a bit of an attraction in the sense of it's something different. It was it was women's wrestling. And you didn't see that much of it. You could go a long time without seeing women's wrestling, and then here was a women's wrestling match. Here's Alondra Blaze, women's champion. She's starting a new feud, and I just found her very different and interesting. And she was great. She spoke a lot about how she had to work harder than the guys to be seen as credible and to really stand out. And her matches stand up so well. You go back and watch Alondra Blaze matches. They are so technical. They are so hard hitting. They are so impressive. She is right up there in the conversation. If she had the right dancing partner, I think she would have to be in the same conversation as Bret Hart. I really do. She would have to be in the same conversation as Bret. She is so good in the ring. The problem is she didn't get the consistency. She didn't get the great opponents needed to show what she could do. You know, they were putting her in there with the likes of Bertha Faye, who was a, you know, large woman you can't really do a great deal with. But you look at her matches against Bull Nakano, or you look at her matches when she was over in Japan, and you can see just what an incredibly gifted performer she was. The sad thing is when she goes over to WCW, you know, we're really entering that kind of period where it's time for the bikinis, you know, and it's not so much about your skills in the ring. So there's just this little short window, this little glimpse that WWE gave us of what she could do, and oh God, she was so good. And I think that's really where my appreciation for women's wrestling really came from, right from the start, and from Alondra Blaze. I think she really opened my eyes at a very young age as to, you know, what women could achieve in a wrestling ring. And so it's no great surprise to me that women's wrestling these days is as hot as what it is as good as what it is, the product. You know, this is why I very much disagree with Jim Cornette when he talks about women's wrestling and, you know, how he doesn't agree with certain aspects of it. I'm a big believer in women's wrestling. I really enjoy watching it. I think, you know, look at Rhea and Charlotte at WrestleMania this year. I mean, that was one of the best matches from WrestleMania. It was absolutely brilliant. And then look at Bianca and Becky the year before. And then look at them again at SummerSlam. Just brilliant. I really enjoyed Ronda and Charlotte from Backlash as well, when they were just walloping each other with kendo sticks and everything. I thought that was a really good match. So, yeah, I didn't know that about her having a book out. That's exciting. Miguel said, I want to see Frankie Monet versus Ruby Riott versus Paige versus Ember Moon on AEW tonight. Well, sad news, there's no AEW tonight. You just got to wait a couple more days. But the good news is you might be very close to a second show, which I don't know when that's getting announced, but can't be that far away, can it? Can't be that far away. Collision coming on Saturdays. Planet Dan said, I'm the same. I was going to stay up and watch this Raw before work, but I'm just going to listen to you whilst I fall asleep and then watch when I get home. I know I'll be tired if I stay. I know, man, yeah. I feel you, mate. I feel you. I'm exactly the same. I'm very fortunate in the sense of, like, I don't have to do this and then try to go and do a job. I've done that. I've done that in the past, and I know how hard that is. So nothing but respect for people that do that or try to do that. I'm very aware as to how difficult that is. Right, let's go down. Days, did you see AEW house show tickets? Yeah, someone tagged me in it. I don't like saying someone. Let me give the credit where it's due. It is Joseph Burns tagged me a few hours ago. AEW house rules, available tickets 3,700. The arena can hold 5,000. So far they've sold 1,400. I mean, what I would say is just look at the ratings. We spent a long time the other day talking about how are AEW ratings so flat, stagnant, yet Wembley is going banana. And we really broke that down, and I think it was a really good conversation. And I think the two are clearly the same company, but they are two very different things. I think, you know, one is tired, stale. I think one is just bobbing along, and I think the other one is exciting because it's the first time they're coming to the UK. It's going to be the first chance that people over this side of the pond are going to have a chance to see them. So that's driving a lot of interest. I also think that when you know, if you tune into Dynamite, I don't think you're necessarily tuning in thinking this is the week we're going to break 1 million viewers because we're going to put on a banana show, right? I think you're probably going in just expecting the show to be what it's been. You know, what we've been getting for you know, recent months, going all the way back to last year, has been a product which has felt quite stale. And I think they've tried some stuff. I don't think everything they've tried has worked. I think they're really missing a Bloodline type story, a story that you really want to tune in to watch. I think they've gone big on the 4 pillars being that story. It's not that story for me. That pillars story isn't doing it for me. I think what they've managed to do is they've managed to make Jungle Boy and Darby come across as actually quite unlikable. I don't find myself really rooting for them personally. And the Sammy and MJF thing was kind of cool. I didn't mind them together. I thought that was good. But that whole tournament was irrelevant, and we've just ended up with the Fatal 4-Way, which we probably should have just booked from the very beginning anyway, rather than going down these roads that just led nowhere and ultimately led us to a Fatal 4-Way match that I think a lot of people saw coming anyway. And this is what I'm saying, like comparing that to, what we've been doing with the Bloodline, I think you can kind of see why the ratings are where they are. I don't think it's got much in the way of intrigue and interest and momentum and all of that. That's the show. But the Wembley is it's the same company, but it's got a different energy. It's the energy around the Wembley show and the ticket sales. They need to find a way of getting that kind of momentum and energy and vibe and injecting it into the actual show. Because if they can do that, then, we've really got something. We've really got something very exciting. But as we said, you look at the fact that there's a house show here that they're struggling to even sell 2,000 tickets for, but there's reasons for it. I don't know. This is in Corbin, Kentucky, is it maybe? I'm guessing we've been there before. And we'll be there again. So, it doesn't have that first time coming to this area kind of a vibe, It's just a small arena, only holds 5,000 people, so again, you're not even telling them this is going to be a big deal. Whereas you've booked Wembley, so you're basically saying this is going to be a big deal. And I've said before, I think with the Wembley show, people are buying tickets because they're thinking, how are they going to, they've got to go big for this. So who are we going to get? CM Punk. I don't think you're expecting CM Punk if you buy a ticket for this house show. I don't think you're expecting Mercedes Moné if you buy a ticket for this house show. But I think if you buy a ticket for Wembley, I think you're either a hardcore fan that has not had a chance to see AEW, so you're coming out, you're going along, right? If you're a hardcore AEW fan, this is what you've been waiting for. And to add to that, I think you might be a casual fan that's thinking, wow, Wembley. Like, it conjures up images of SummerSlam 92, conjures up images of a big, big show. It makes you think Mercedes Moné. It makes you think of Okada and New Japan and maybe Vikingo, who I don't even know if he's ever been to the UK, but there's probably a great chance he comes over with AEW. And even though he's not a big star, he is, someone that I think has caught people's eye in recent weeks, certainly that match with Kenny. And I think that is those kind of names. Basically, if you're not under a WWE contract, I think the very best from the world is going to be at that show. They haven't said that. It might just be the AEW roster, but I think it implies that. It feels like it's going to be that. And I think that is what has driven the sales. If I was buying a ticket, and we've had this conversation, I would be thinking Vikingo, one of the best from Mexico, Okada, one of the best from Japan, Mercedes Moné, one of the best female wrestlers in the world. I mean, she is. It's Sasha Banks. I don't think anyone would disagree. She's not one of the best in the world right now. And, she's just been over to Japan. She's just worked a lot in Stardom. That's just cool, isn't it? It's just cool to go and do that kind of work. So I think she will be involved. They might get like a legend like Goldberg, who they could potentially sign. There could be some other legends. I don't know what other legends are out there that are free and available. But, there's been people saying maybe they get Davey Boy Smith Jr. and they do something a little bit more with him. This is the first time I think there'll be a wrestling show at Wembley Stadium since SummerSlam 92. So could we do something along those lines? What celebrities might they get? You know, who could we get at ringside? Who could we get as guest timekeepers? You know, I don't know if Tyson Fury would be involved. I'd be very interested to know if they would reach out to him, but it conjures up all of that kind of imagery. It doesn't just make me think of Young Bucks and Omega. It makes me think of Okada, Monet, Fury, you know, whoever else. And so I think you are potentially, or they are potentially selling tickets on what might be rather than what is. I think the TV show is what is. These house show sales is what is. I think Wembley is what might be. And I think that is the difference between the TV show and the Wembley ticket sales. But if they could maybe learn some lessons from that, and as I say, find a way of getting some of that energy into the TV show, whew, they are rock and rolling, aren't they? They will be up and running. It'll be very exciting. So, yeah, I mean, look, what repercussions will this Wembley show have on the actual TV show? I mean, it didn't show in the ratings, did it? We did wonder if the news of Wembley doing so well might result in people just coming back and checking out the show again. It didn't seem to show that way last Wednesday. Maybe it does this week, though. Who knows? Sometimes there can be that slight delay. So, yeah. It's some interesting stuff going on with AEW at the moment as a result of that Wembley stuff. William said, all the Spice Girls are going to attack Rhea. We get a Wembley wobbly women's match where Rhea looks like three others to help her. I don't know what celebrities there's going to be, you know. I don't know. I can't figure it out. I don't think Fury would go. I think he would know he'd be upset in WWE. But they're going to get someone. You know, a show like that, they're going to get someone. Could they get, I don't know, would Lennox Lewis do much in this day and age? I don't know. I mean, he is former undisputed heavyweight champion of the world. He's still a name. He doesn't have any connections with WWE at the moment. He was at SummerSlam 92. Actually came out waving the flag for the Bulldogs. So it'd be a lovely little callback if you went and got Lennox Lewis. I don't know that they would, though. But I feel like you're definitely going to want to give the crowd reasons to pop, aren't you? You know, Jamie Hayter's going to be on that show. Soraya's going to be on that show. There's some decent British talent that's involved. Where's Anthony Ogogo? Do you remember he used to be in that group? He was British. He's British. He was a British Olympian, and do you remember he had that little feud with Cody? And then I think he got injured and disappeared. I think he's still signed. I think he's still on their books. Could we move and do something with him? Might we see him? You might see a lot of the UK talent starting to get booked really well as we get closer to this Wembley show. But yeah, I wonder if they'll do something with Anthony Ogogo, because he was in that group with Solo and Komoroto and QT Marshall. Is it the Nightmare Factory? I haven't seen him for ages. But yeah, I think Saraya, Jamie Hayter, they're all going to be used well. Pac, where the flip's Pac? Pac will probably get a good shine as well, I would imagine. So they've got some nice talent there, but you could always get Zack Sabre Jr. and Will Ospreay, and you know, it's people you can bring in. Mr. Bean said not JPEG. Yes, let's go, Mr. Bean. Beckham, you could always get Beckham. Britt and Jamie have been feuding with Outcasts since May last year. When are these women going to feud with someone else? Probably not before Wembley. I mean, I would imagine that we'll probably still get something between them for Wembley. So I would say after Wembley. I think you're going to want to use your biggest stars, aren't you? And I think that Britt and Saraya, or maybe you do Britt and Jamie at Wembley. Maybe you do actually, like, you know, turn one on the other. What about if Britt joins the Outcasts? Don't know how I feel about that, because Saraya is kind of the leader there, isn't she? I think Saraya and Britt would just get in each other's way, but that could be interesting. Yeah, I don't think I would go that way. But I think we're all waiting for Britt to turn on Jamie. So could Jamie against Britt would be a big match for AEW. That's interesting. Maybe one for Wednesday. Anna said, my son will miss Bianca tonight, but will be happy that she's on SmackDown. Alexa Bliss and The Miz was on NBC's That's My Jam, says Peter. I really want Becky to show up tonight, says Angel Johnson. Ant versus Jeff Hardy in a driving match, says Thomas. Big Time Back said Jay Cargill, 57-0, longest champ in AEW history. Most of those matches have been squash matches. If Jamie wasn't champ, it would be cool to see her join the Outcast, says Daniel. Chess said, I just finished watching Backlash, thought it was good. How peeved is Brock going to be tonight when they announce who is in the running for the new belts? Yeah, apparently Brock is going to be there tonight. Or at least it's believed is going to be there tonight. We're not in Puerto Rico tonight, are we? So yeah, I don't think we're done with the Cody Brock thing. So if I was Cody, I'd be thinking, I mean, that match didn't feel like it was over either. You know, the way it ended didn't feel like it had ended. Like, it didn't feel like the feud was over. So I expect Brock to go after Cody. He might not, though. I mean, he could come out and just say a few words and whatever and, you know, go away for a while, thank the fans, say that he's going to go back and recharge or whatever. I don't know. But I think we need to find a way of getting Cody out of this tournament. And it's got to be Brock in it. I mean, that would seem the most logical thing. So we'll see. Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise he didn't get included, I suppose, in any of the triple threats. But is Ospreay not out injured? I don't know, Maggie, to be honest. I don't know. I don't keep an eye on New Japan, so I don't know what his current injury status is. Aaron said, I think Bianca will lose the title soon. Do you agree? I don't think she'll lose it before SummerSlam, but it'll be very interesting to see who wins the Money in the Bank. That, I think, will be a threat to her. I don't know quite if they're going for any records with Bianca. I mean, I believe she is the longest reigning women's champ now in the modern era, whatever that means. We spoke about it the other day. I think it means since 2016, when these new belts kind of came in. And I think that doesn't include NXT or anything either. So it's main roster. Because people rightfully were pointing out that Mandy Rose has had a longer reign as NXT champ, and I think Kaylee Ray, NXT UK. So, I mean, the wording of this is a bit weird. Longest reigning, main roster, modern era women's champion. I mean, at some point, it's probably not worth mentioning, but, you know, if they can celebrate something like that, they'll celebrate it, of course. But yeah, I think that, I don't know quite what we're aiming for. I don't know if they just haven't found someone they think is worthy or the right person to take that belt from Bianca, or if they've got a specific plan. I mean, I thought Asuka could have been a good option. This new version of Asuka. I mean, we were all excited when she came back at the Rumble and really felt like it was going to be a new beginning, but it just hasn't, has it? To be honest, I mean, it's been awful. The builds, I mean, again, you know, we can't blame Vince for that. Can't blame Vince for that. You know, Triple H had Asuka go away for a while, come back at the Rumble, massive pop at the Rumble. Do you remember when she took her mask off and it was different face paint? It was more Kana-esque. She had different ring gear. I think the next night on Raw, she was wearing like a suit, kind of nice suit thing backstage. She was with Carmella. And then all of a sudden she started doing like the mist, dribbling the mist and all this kind of stuff. And then we just got very little builds between her and Bianca as we headed towards WrestleMania. And then at WrestleMania, she ends up losing, obviously, in that match. It's just been awful. It's been rubbish. I just think... we definitely could have pulled the trigger with her and this new version of her but we didn't. So it's in the past. And I'll be very interested to see what we do going forward. So I don't know. I mean, is Bianca going to lose? Who's she going to lose it to? Who's going to step up and take that belt? I mean, Alba Fire, Aaliyah, Asuka, B-Fab, Bayley, Charlotte, Dakota, Isla Dawn, Io Sky, Lacey Evans, Mia Yim, Scarlett, Shotzi, Tamina, and Zelina. That's the SmackDown women's division. I mean, Alba Fire, no. I think she's going to be in a tag team for a while. Aaliyah, no. I don't think she's world championship material at the moment. Asuka, already had her shot, didn't do it. B-Fab, doesn't even wrestle that often. Bayley, I think the story with Bayley is more that Damage Control are imploding. So I can't see us going with Bayley being champ. Bianca is the champ. Charlotte, she's had the belt recently, so I don't think we'll go back to Charlotte anytime soon. I think we will do Bianca Charlotte, though, and it could be at the WrestleMania next year. I think Bianca Charlotte, you would definitely pencil that in for next year's WrestleMania. So I can't see that happening anytime soon. Let's put it that way. And will Charlotte beat Bianca? I think she should, to be honest. I think she should. I don't know that she does, but I think she should. Reason why I say that is because Bianca has beaten all the other horsewomen except for Charlotte. And when she does, that will be a big achievement. I don't think she should do it the first time of asking. You know, she beat Bayley first time. She beat Sasha first time. She didn't beat Becky first time. She lost in that 20-odd seconds at SummerSlam. But that was only to set up WrestleMania so she could beat her properly at WrestleMania. And the way it was done, she wasn't even meant to face Becky. That wasn't even the scheduled match. She was meant to face Sasha. And then she didn't face Sasha. She was going to face, I think, Carmella. And then she didn't face Carmella. She ended up facing Becky. The whole thing was such a mess. So, you know, I think if she faces Charlotte in a proper match, and we know it's going to be a proper match at WrestleMania, I would have Charlotte go over. I would. Because I think that is an achievement that she needs to just work a little harder at, because she hasn't had to work all that hard at beating the four horsewomen. Dakota Kai, I think she'll be a champ, but I don't think it'll be yet. Isla Dawn's in a tag team. Io Sky had her opportunity at the weekend. Lace is interesting, but we haven't done much with her. Mia Yim, could be interesting if we get going with her. Scarlett, nah, she's just really a manager. Tamina, no. Shotzi, we haven't done anything with Shotzi. She had a shot for it late last year at Survivor Series, was it, against Ronda? We haven't done much with her, and Zelina's just had an opportunity. So I must admit, I'm looking at that. I ain't seeing like a big, obvious, oh yeah, it's going to be this person. The one that jumps out is Charlotte, but I think that's probably WrestleMania next year. I can see some feuds. I could see maybe Dakota getting a shot, but I don't think she'll win it. I could see Lacey feud, but I don't think she'll win it. I could see Asuka again, maybe. I think I don't think she's going to lose it soon, actually. Looking at this, I don't think she'll lose it soon, because I can't see the name there that jumps out that makes me go, oh, yeah, it'll be that. They'll win it. So that's the thoughts on the women's roster. We are live with Raw. SmackDown took all the women, said Bryson. Days, puffing on that puffy pack. Hey, Godfather's hoe. Did you see what Bayley was wearing, right? There's a few people I know that are Bayley fans. I know that Dave in real life is a Bayley fan. I asked his thoughts on what he thought about what Bayley was wearing earlier. And I know that Godfather's hoe, it's subtle. It is subtle with Godfather's hoe. You do need to just read between the lines. But he is a fan of the ladies. And did you see what Bayley was wearing? The most revealing outfit she has ever wore, and I know that that put a smile on a lot of people's faces. So yeah, Godfather. So yes, I saw. puffing on that puffy pancake. I'm still shocked by what Bailey was wearing. Lots of do it fluids. Some brown solids. Oh, dear. I miss the British Bulldog. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. It's always good to talk about fluids and brown solids and, of course, the British Bulldog. So, Godfather's Ho, shout out to you. LS Dub said, here we go. Yes. Tonight. Time for this World Heavyweight Championship. 2 triple threat matches. 1 big main event. Seth versus Shinsuke versus Damian. Taking on the winner of Miz versus Finn versus Cody Rhodes. This is going to be a big focus tonight. They're just talking about the participants. Cody and Austin Theory confrontation, said Richard. Indy Hartwell comes up and dominates, says Daniel. Kian said, do you agree? Apparently Roman is eligible to compete for the new title. According to reports, goes, if it is, I'm not going to be happy. Well, I mean, he'll be eligible to compete for it, but he can't compete for it when he's not on Raw. So he's not in the tournament, right? So he can't go for it now. He can't be crowned the first champion. I can't see why or how he would challenge the current champion because Roman will be on SmackDown. This new champ, I'm guessing, will be on Raw. If SmackDown win it, we all expect them to be moved to Raw. So, yeah, Roman is eligible to win it, but I can't see until he loses the belts he's got, you know? If he loses these titles, goes away, comes back, ends up on Raw, yeah, of course he can win this title. But not now that he's got these belts. The whole purpose of this is so that the other show to Roman has a world champion. Okay, we are inside the arena. We're obviously not crowning the new champ tonight, but we are certainly finding one of the people that will be competing for it. We will get that answer tonight. I think we are expecting it to be Seth. We're starting with Cody. Are we starting with Cody promo or Cody match? Find out. Depends what he's wearing. What's he wearing? What's he got on? Negligee. Adrenaline in my soul. Wrestling attire. So looks like we're going to be getting to our first match. We're in Jacksonville, Florida, baby. We're in, I tell you what, a lot of these people may have seen Cody when he was in Jacksonville. This is like the unofficial home of AEW. He's not, has he got a problem with his arm? His left arm. Have a little look. When he put his arms out, he only threw out his right arm. Gives the weight belt over to someone in the front row. That's nice. That's nice. Yeah, look, he just grabbed his shoulder. There's an issue there with his shoulder by the looks of it. Keeps grabbing it. He keeps going for the shoulder. There's a problem. This guy's just held together by blue tack, isn't he? He's just held together by hope and goodwill. Otherwise, he falls apart. Okay, Cody versus... Cody versus Finn versus Miz. Oh, look at that. They had to have it go black and white because they can't show the bloods. Losers. Oh, we can't afford to show blood on TV. Could be selling an injury. Yeah, it could be. Might not be legit. With Cody, though, you wouldn't be surprised if he took his jacket off and it was all bruised. You just don't know what you're going to get with Cody, do you? Okay, so Cody promo. What's he going to say? Oh, he's not lost his smile, has he? So, Jacksonville. Huh? What do you want to talk about? What did he say? Doo-wah. Live in Jacksonville. I live in Jacksonville, said Aaron. Ah. Loud, good crowds by the looks of it. It's talking about the pandemic and wonderful memories together. Let's make another good memory tonight. Talks about Backlash. Andy, hello. Would you rather be given Bret Hart's sunglasses or Cody's weight belt? Oh, Bret Hart's glasses. You can walk around with Bret Hart's glasses on, no inconvenience. What are you going to do with the weight belt? I mean, I understand you could put it on. It's not the same, is it? It's a weird giveaway, the weight belt, isn't it? It's a weird giveaway. It's a big giveaway. I mean, it can't be cheap. It must have been so much cheaper to make those Bret glasses. He should give out tattoos. he should come out with like stickers, peel them off, slap them onto the kids' necks if they want to look like Cody. Give him a slap-on neck tattoo. Or an actual tattoo. Maybe you could come out with a tattoo gun. Okay, he's talking about Brock. It's clear. It's clear what's next. It's very clear what's next for me. The World Heavyweight Championship. Can we talk about the elephant in the room, though? I'd much rather talk about the elephant in the room. So we got the brackets. The elephant in the room would be that if he wins that, I don't think he finishes the story. I want to know if he thinks he finishes the story. That's what I want to know. Okay, so he stood over by the belt. I'll get the honor to say this. You deserve it, chant. Jacksonville. Let the tournament begin. Burn it down. Right, here's Seth. You deserve it, chant, when it's he stood by the title. Save the "you deserve it" chance for when he wins it, says Scott. LA Knight should be in this tournament, says Thomas. Crowd, it's nice. It's nice seeing Seth and Cody. They don't like each other. They really don't like each other. Oh, hang on. So we're not doing this one. It's only just dawned on me that they're in different triple threat matches. It's only my brain just went, they're not in the same match. So we're going to a different one now. So okay, so we're doing the other triple threat unless Seth's going to say a few words, then he's going to go, and then we're going to bring out someone else. Maybe we're just going to keep doing that. Different people are going to come out and cut promos. We're never actually going to get to the matches. Okay, Seth versus Shinsuke versus Damian Priest. First round match coming up. Gunther should be in the tournament, said Dill. Definitely should be LA Knight in this match. Days, there is no LED ring posts or apron, which likely means something could happen to the ring. That's a good observation. Good shout. Scott said, I guess this is the new thing where Seth stands with the spotlight and the fans do the whoa thing, which is pretty cool, but I don't think they should do it every match, says Scott. Damian and Finn are going to be out in the first rounds. I think so, yes. This is Monday Night Sing-Along, said Jadam. I don't remember how Seth became a face, says Jim. I think it just sort of gradually happened. I don't think it just... I can't remember there being an incident. I just think... I feel like he's been a face for a good while now. But, yeah. I mean... I'm trying to think. He was feuding with Theory last year, wasn't he? So he feuded with Riddle. He was a heel then, but I think he then turned his attention to Theory, and I think that's when he kind of became like a face. I mean, it wasn't really like a turn per se. He just turned his attention to Theory and became a face as a result. But, I mean, last year he was feuding with Riddle, and he was definitely the heel at that point. So he was definitely the heel at the Fight Pit, as we was Extreme Rules, the show that Bray came back on. But after that, he then turns his attention to Theory and gets involved with the US title. Did you see Meltzer's explanation as to why there are SmackDown superstars in the tournament? No. What did he say? Simon said, it doesn't matter if Cody wins the world title or the universal title. It finishes the story. To me, it doesn't. I mean, it's a good conversation to have, and it's one that I know not everyone will be in agreement on. I would be interested to know how he feels about it. But to me, he came back saying that he wanted to win the WWE Championship, told the story about his dad's, showed the picture of his dad holding that WWE Championship, talking about how his goal was to bring that title to his father, how he can't do it now physically, but he can still do it. And for me, that is the WWE Championship that we're referring to. It's the WWE Championship that we're talking about. That's how he completes his story. You know, no, Dusty didn't win that belt. Goldust didn't win that belt. Like, can Cody win that belt? And for me, that's what he went for at WrestleMania, and that's what we're looking to try and finish the story with. But, you know, this belt has just been created out of thin air, and for me, there's no history to this belt. I mean, you can make the counter argument that no Rhodes has won a world title. And if he was to, like, in WWE, and so if he was to win a world title, like, you know, that would be something that no Rhodes has done. But that doesn't finish the story for me. That's not the story. The story is that they never got the WWE Championship, and that's not what this belt is. I don't care if he's a heel or a face. If I like you, says Moolah. If I don't like you, I don't. And Seth is someone I don't like, and I will never like. Same with Roman, says Moolah. Fair enough. Fair play. Little advert for NXT tomorrow. And we've got Seth in the ring. He's got a smile on his face, looking out at the fans. The fans are still singing. They might not have been singing all throughout the commercial break, in all fairness. They might have just settled down and then fired them back up again. They're going to be singing both Seth and Shinsuke's theme in the ring, said Mark. Joseph said AJ should win the new title so that he gets traded to Raw for Cody. It's interesting. We're just looking at Backlash, seeing Seth obviously victorious over Omos. Meltzer said WWE did it to compete with NBA and NHL to get more views on both shows. It's strictly business, not creative. Strictly business. Just looking back at Backlash again. To get more views on both shows, strictly business, not creative. They could have at least made some reason to not confuse. Yeah, but to be honest, I think if they had have just come out and said the winner is drafted to Raw, we want the best, and we want the best to be this world champion. So we're going to include as many superstars as possible, and we want to find the best star. Whoever wins this tournament whoever has this belt will be a Raw superstar. So it doesn't matter if it's a Raw person that wins it or a SmackDown person. That would have took all of like 5 seconds to explain. But he didn't say that. Instead, he came out and said that it was going to be a belt on a brand opposite to Roman. And then at the press conference announced a load of SmackDown stars for it, which, as you said, just provided this confusion. So Simon said, I think it doesn't matter if it's the WWE, the world title, or the Universal. Cody finishes the story still. Well, I have to disagree because I think that, as I said, for me, the story is the WWE title. Like, that is the story for me. I think the story is that Dusty couldn't win it. We were shown that picture of him trying to win that title. And we know that when Goldust was around, the Winged Eagle was around, and the WWE Championship was around, and he couldn't get it then either. I mean, I'm not saying that you're wrong. In the eyes of WWE, they could make that argument. They could say that exact same thing. They could say that it's a world title that he's after, so it doesn't matter, right? And there'll be people that agree with you on that. But for me personally, it's the WWE Championship. If he was to get this wouldn't be story over for me. I wouldn't look at this and think, job done. He's done it. It wouldn't hit the same. I wouldn't be like as emotional about it. They would still be able to do stuff. They would still have him on his knees looking up at the heavens and, saying I've done it and all this kind of stuff. And people would buy that. I wouldn't buy that. So I think we'll have to agree to disagree on that one. Mark said, Bray and Alexa make their return. What do you think? Not expecting it tonight. Apparently there's a big time return tonight, which makes me think of Becky, big time Bex. So I think we could be getting that. I'm not expecting Bray and Alexa tonight. Could be interesting if we, very interesting if we do. I do think it's going to be a big show tonight. I am expecting there to be talking points. I mean, if nothing else, we know that we're going to be getting Raw's representative for this new World Heavyweight title. So we know that we're going to have that talking point. And of course, we're going to be seeing some new faces. We had some NXT call-ups, didn't we? So we've got the likes of Indy Hartwell, who, I mean, like, we might see her, but she has got a sprain at the moment. So we might see her, but I don't know that we're going to see her competing. Zoe Stark, she got called up. Kaden and Katana, they've been called up. They're on this brand as well. Odyssey Jones, he's on this brand. Was there anyone else that came up from NXT? Apollo. He came back up from NXT. Indashia as well. They're on Raw. They came up from NXT. So there's a handful of new stars that we could be seeing as well. So I'm not expecting Bray and Alexa. I'm also not saying that it's definitely not going to happen. Here's Shinsuke. Damian Priest making his way down. Roman's going to keep walking around with the WWE and Universal because it feels like those titles are losing value. Bismo, shout out to you. Sandman says, when Orton beat Cena, that was the WWE and World titles combined to become the WWE World Heavyweight title. Then Raw made the Universal. Therefore, Roman is a world champion. Roman's a world champion, definitely. Simon said the Universal title replaced the WWE. Hang on. The Universal title replaced the WWE World title, and the World title replaces the WWE. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. The Universal. So the WWE title was on one brand, and we didn't have a title on the other brand. So they introduced the Universal title. It didn't replace the WWE Championship. The WWE Championship is the one on the black strap that can be traced all the way back to the 60s. So that one that's on the black strap, that is the WWE Championship. I don't care if you want to call it the WWE Championship, the WWE Heavyweight Championship. I don't care what you want to call it. But it because they did combine the World Heavyweight title and the WWE Championship, which became the WWE World Heavyweight Championship, whatever you want to call it, that belt, its lineage can still be traced back to the 1960s. It is that belt. So the Universal title didn't replace that title. And the world title replaces the WWE Championship. The world title doesn't replace WWE Championship. Nah, your timeline's a little bit off. That one on the black strap that Roman has got, that the history of that can be traced back to the 60s. That is the one that Cody needs to go for. I would even argue that if he goes for the Universal, that doesn't finish the story. I would make that exact same argument because the Universal can be traced back to 2016 and it's got no history before that. That was a belt that was created because we needed another title, another world title. So I would make that exact same argument about the Universal belt. I think the Universal and this new World Heavyweight title are very similar, actually. They were both created because the other brand needed a championship. And so I think there's a lot of comparisons between the two, which is why it's a bit crazy to me that we don't just get the Universal off Roman and bring it back over to Raw, because those belts are very similar. They've both been created to give the other brand a world championship, and we've already spent 7 years trying to make that Universal belt feel very important. We got Big Boot by Damian Priest. We are up and running with this. The WWE Championship, Universal Championship don't exist. They're unified to an undisputed WWE Championship. Well, I think we're going to get into the minutia here. I mean, it does exist in the sense of there's two belts that represent each of those titles still. I would agree with you if they'd replaced those two belts with one belt. So had Roman have scrapped those two belts and had just that one belt and was walking around with a WWE Undisputed Championship represented by one title, I would then agree. But right now, we've still got the two belts and they could potentially be divided again, you know, In fact, we've been expecting them to get split again. I mean, right now, those two belts symbolize the undisputed WWE Universal Championship, right? But because they're still two belts, they could go in separate directions still. And so it's interesting, but regardless, that one on a black strap can still be traced back. Simon said the titles Roman has are Raw and SmackDown Universal titles because that title did change to both shows, and that's why it's an undisputed Universal title. Roman has both Universal titles. There's only one Universal title, but there's only one Universal title. The Universal title was introduced in 2016. It had a red strap. It then got moved to SmackDown where it changed to a blue strap. So there have been two Universal titles, but its lineage has remained the same. There's been two belts, but that is not the two belts that Roman has. Roman doesn't have the two. There wasn't a Universal belt on Raw and a Universal belt on SmackDown. There's been one Universal belt that was red that then moved to SmackDown, and they had to change the strap to blue, but they changed it. The red one went away, and the blue one replaced it. So then you had the WWE Championship, and you had the Universal Championship, and the Universal Championship was on a blue strap. I mean, it depends how you feel about it, isn't it? Because, like, is it a big deal? I mean, I would say it's not a big deal, but I'm quite happy to have the conversation that for me, if Cody wins this title, he hasn't finished the story. My opinion is not going to change on that because this belt has just been created out of thin air. Like, the story is him winning the WWE Championship for me because that's the belt he wants to bring to his father. That's the belt he wants to bring to his dad. And he said he can't do that because his dad's not with us, but he can still do that. He can still win it. And so that's what was explained the night after WrestleMania 38. Now, I think where the conversation gets interesting is the fact that if he wins any world title, whether it just be a world title that's just been magically created out of thin air, is that good enough? Is that enough? For some people, it seems like it is. And Simon has said for him, it is, right? So for Simon, that would be good enough. That would be finishing the story. For me, it wouldn't. It's not finishing the story until he gets the WWE title. So each to their own, you know. I think I've explained why I see it the way I see it. I think people like Simon have explained why they see it the way that they see it. What I was looking for earlier in this show was I was looking for Cody to tell me his thoughts on it. I wanted to know how Cody felt about it. I wanted to know what WWE's approach to it is. Would WWE class this as finishing the story? Are they going to try and spin it that way? Or are they going to say that it's just a world title and that Cody still needs to finish the story? I don't know how WWE view it. I know how I view it. I know how Simon views it. I don't know how Cody views it. I don't know how WWE view it. And you know what WWE are like. It really wouldn't surprise me if they did sell it as finishing the story because they want every moment to feel as big as possible, don't they? They want you to buy into the emotion of it. They want you to, you know, experience that moment of him on his knees looking up at the heavens, telling his dad he's done it, all that kind of stuff. That's really what the fans are waiting for. And, you know, I just don't know if Triple H and WWE are going to try and do that with this belt and make out that this belt is, you know, worthy of that moment. Or are they going to say this belt doesn't quite warrant that reaction? It's a world title. It's a big deal. But we're going to wait for him to win the WWE belt before we do the on the knees looking up at the heavens. I don't know where WWE are on it. It's interesting. Kick out by Damian Priest. So we are underway with this. Every storyline is a story. against Seth Rollins, baby, said wrestling fan. Okay, in the ring comes Seth. Is round the back of Shinsuke. Kick to the midsection by Seth. Seth with Damian Priest. Back elbow there by Seth. Over the top rope to the outsides. Damian Priest with a forearm strike. Down goes Shinsuke. Damian Priest grabs a hold of Seth. Picks him up. Plants him face first. Damian Priest going for the cover. And shoulder up. Lex Bliss Gamer said USA posted a graphic with all the women and Alexa was on it. Okay. I mean, don't know if they've been told that Alexa is part of their roster. I don't know if that's come from them or if that's come from WWE. It could be an admin at USA Network, you know. Where is she listed on Wikipedia? You see, she's on Wikipedia as being on the Raw roster. And I think the reason for that is because she was on Raw before the draft. So they've left Alexa on Raw. They've left Bray on SmackDown. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if some admin at USA Network hasn't just thrown that graphic together after looking at the women that are on Wikipedia. That would be my guess, rather than it being like a reveal, you know. James said he sent me some on Twitter. Let's have a look. WWE has spoken with reps in Australia to gauge interest of a potential premium live events. Surprise, surprise. WWE looking around the world, panicking. Wembley sold how many tickets? James, shout out to you. Right, we're still underway with this triple threat. Knee strike coming in by Damian Priest. Going for a kick. And we've already had half an hour of Raw, you know. Kick there by Seth. Shinsuke round the back. He's got some sort of choke applied here. He's got a rear naked choke applied. Knee coming in there by Shinsuke. Clothesline, lovely. Discus lariat there by Seth as Shinsuke goes down. Seth coming over, grabbing a hold of Shinsuke. Seth climbing up in the corner. Seth in position as Damian Priest comes over. He knocks Seth into that top turnbuckle. Damian Priest has grabbed Seth. He's got him up on his shoulders. Seth in a bit of trouble here. He is going to look to raise his edge. He's in curb position. Curb connects. Seth, 1, 2. Shinsuke makes the save. Shinsuke makes the save. This triple threat continuing. Shinsuke preventing Seth from picking up the victory. So we are well underway with this match. Seth versus Damian versus Shinsuke Nakamura. Tell you what, Seth and Shinsuke, one-on-one, I don't know that we've seen it. We may have, but these two going at each other right now. Trading heavy forearm shots. Both of these guys are rocked at the moment. Heavy right hand coming in. Another shot coming in there by Seth. Quick shots there by Shinsuke. Lovely striking. Shinsuke always gives you that. Seth grabbing Shinsuke, looking for a net breaker. Doesn't execute it though. And Shinsuke wallops Seth in the back of the head. Grabs him. What's he going to go for here? Picking him up. Lovely. Nice suplex there by Shinsuke. And he goes back in the corner. He's in position for the Kinshasa. Charges over, but Damian Priest takes out Shinsuke. Damian Priest hobbling. Grabs Seth. Chucks him out the ring. Damian Priest going over to Shinsuke Nakamura. Knee strike coming in there by Shinsuke. Kicks coming in by Shinsuke. Another kick as well there by Shinsuke. Rolling through. Grabbing a hold of the leg. Damian trying to get over to the rope. Damian is teasing that he's going to tap. Seth's out the way. Seth needs to try and make the save here because Damian is teasing that he's going to tap. He's teasing that he's going to tap. Oh, from the heavens. Seth Rollins into a pedigree. That might do it. 1, 2, 3. Seth Rollins wins. Seth Rollins with a pedigree on Shinsuke. He is going through to the final. Advances to the semi-final, which I think is tonight. Have they said if that's tonight? I heard rumors that we were going to do the 2 triple threats and then the winners would face each other in the main event. But I don't know if they have actually changed that or not. Maybe we do it next week instead. Damian deserves a raise after Backlash, said Straw Hat. Seth with a pedigree. Shame he pinned Shinsuke, but Seth with the win. He deserves it, says Scott. Simon said the main event is the final. Thank you. Kieran said, boy did it. Go, Seth. Days, why aren't you in the tournament? It'd be really hard to do the tournament and stream at the same time. I could do it. I am that good. But it would be tricky. So, pedigree. Can I just say as well, this logo is not the logo that's being used. We didn't talk about that. It is the old logo. So whatever this is that's appeared on YouTube, it's at the moment not seemingly the direction. I like it though. It's quite fresh. I don't mind it. Not a big fan of the current Raw logo, to be honest. I mean, I just think it could be sharper. Yeah, I don't mind that one. Right, we're backstage with Imperium. Next week, the Ring General is coming. Tag team champs, Kevin Owens and Sami. Backstage, just talking. Imperium is here. Wow, are we going to start Sami and Kevin and Imperium? Perhaps she didn't hear us. We don't deal with disrespect. You'll still be Imperium in 5 minutes. Come back in 5 minutes. We're talking about something important. We're done with the bloodline, said Sami. What is... The Ring General! This is fun. So Imperium confronting Sami and Kevin backstage. What is it with people having henchmen? Okay, so it's going to lead to a match tonight. What do you think of that turtleneck? Right, here's Alpha Academy. Henchmen. Lol. Okay. Thank you. I don't like Maxine with Otis. If we're gonna, I don't know what this is. If we're gonna have Otis become Otis, then make him Otis. What's this Alpha Academy with Maxine Dupree stuff? Yeah, I mean, this sort of feels like... I mean, we open with Cody. We have that triple threat. We have a good backstage segment. We're now, 40 minutes in? And all of a sudden, we bring out Otis and Maxine. And it's like, oh. I feel like you could definitely do something with it. But it's just, I don't know. It's just not strong enough for me. Well, Otis is going to be in action. What we might see is, because this is the debut of the new roster and all that, maybe we see something come out of this, which is going to be useful and work going forward. Right. It definitely should have ended in the draft, said the Horror King Mayhem. Otis and Bronson on the same brand, said Lone Star Friend. That could be fun. You still do Imperium in 5 minutes. That was a good line, wasn't it? It was like, give us 5 minutes. We're going to, we'll talk about something important. And they were still around, and they were like, have you just disrespected us? Do you not know who we are? It's like, you're Imperium. You'll still be Imperium in 5 minutes. Yeah, it's good. I don't mind. It's a pretty fresh matchup, that is. Sammy and KO against Giovanni Vinci. And I never know his name. It's Ludwig. Is it Klein or Kaiser? He's had both. I can't remember which one it is. Ludwig. Shush, please, says Meave. Gable is so funny, said Kurtbin. Squash match. I don't know who he's facing. Who's he facing? I don't know. I have no idea if it's a squash match. I don't know who he's in action against. Geordie said, that was good comedy. That was good comedy. You're right. You are right. Wes said, we need XY Zion Quinn. Well, funny you should say that, because we do have some free agents, don't we? People that can go to either brand. So, and it's quite a list as well. It's a good list. So you've got Baron Corbin, Brock Lesnar, Cedric Alexander, Dolph Ziggler, Elias, Eric Young, John Cena, Logan Paul, MVP, Mustafa Ali, Omos, Shelton Benjamin, Von Wagner, XY Zion Quinn. I think you've also got Bray, because I think they only left Bray on the SmackDown roster because that's where he was. And I think they've just left him over there. These ones have officially been announced as free agents, so that's why they're free agents. Whereas Bray wasn't announced as anything, so I don't think they know where to put Bray on Wikipedia. But yeah, we could see XY Zion Quinn and Von Wagner as well. Might see him rock up. We're clearly not going to see Logan Paul or John Cena, so. And didn't Baron rock up on Friday? He is going to be in a match against Cameron Grimes. Cameron Grimes to the moon. You said Eric Young. Mm-hmm. Eric Young is listed on, because he is signed with WWE, but we just don't know where he is. So he is listed on Wikipedia as a free agent. I don't understand why they're doing on SmackDown. The other half, as I said, I don't understand why they're doing it on SmackDown. Oh, here's Mustafa Ali. Okay, so Mustafa Ali making his way down. So Otis against Mustafa Ali. Otis is being spoken to by Maxine and by Chads. Okay, so Otis versus Mustafa Ali. This ain't going to take long, is it? Maxine should wrestle for Bianca's championship. King Charles is a pencil neck geek, said Zoom Station. Drop kick there by Mustafa Ali. This match definitely feels like it could have done with a setup, you know? I sort of feel like we might have benefited by having like a bigger name come out and do something and then do a backstage segment. And we set this match up because this match, I don't know that we did it. I can't remember. I don't know. They're probably in a feud. I just don't care. Right now, Mustafa Ali is in control as Otis had him up in the air. Mustafa Ali trying to hurl Otis against the ropes. Ali gets thrown to the outsides. Holds on to the top rope, though. Shoulder tackle to the midsection. Goes over the top, rolls through. Otis goes for a clothesline. Oh, that was a great oh, man, that was great. That was great. That was great. That clothesline, he just absolutely turned Mustafa Ali inside out, man. Damn. Ali goes down. If you was to ask Ali what his name is right now, I'd be interested to know what the answer is because I don't even think he knows he's in a wrestling ring. Otis went over to Gable to get some advice. He's being told a few conflicting things here. He's looking at Chad. He's looking at Maxine. He's being told different stuff. He's all confused. It's taking ages here. He's do the worm, do the worm. They're arguing about whether he should do the worm or not. The caterpillar. Ali up top, lands on Otis. And it's a pin and a win for Ali. So we had real confusion there. Backstage, we've got The Miz. So it's a win for Ali. Simon, shout out to you, says the free agents. Brock Lesnar, Omos, MVP, Baron Corbin, Cedric Alexander, Shelton Benjamin, Elias, Mustafa Ali, Dolph Ziggler, Von Wagner, and XY Zion Quinn. Simon, shout out to you, but it's interesting because the Mustafa Ali, I mean, he just showed up, so does that now mean that he's on Raw, I wonder? Or does he remain a free agent? I think they're free agents aren't. Traditionally, you're a free agent. Wow, it's different, actually. Sometimes you're a free agent until you show up at a brand, and then you're on that brand. And then sometimes, like Brock, doesn't really matter if you show up on a brand. You just remain a free agent. So it's a bit... even that, they could tighten, couldn't they? They could make that a bit more... wow, okay. The Cody Finn Miz match is next. So the next triple threat match is next. Hence why it's next. So, yeah, Simon, shout out to you. Brock, I think, will go anywhere. Omos MVP, I mean, I don't know where they're going. Baron has gone to SmackDown, seemingly. Cedric and Shelton should go to the same brand as Bobby. Elias, don't care. Mustafa Ali was here tonight. Dolph Ziggler's interesting. I feel like there's still something we can do with him. I'm not ready to give up on Dolph. I'm not saying world champ or anything, but he's a good worker. You know what I mean? He's good work. Perhaps they'll use him to work with some of that new talent. You know, that's his job, and he's the gatekeeper. I could see him doing something with Odyssey Jones against Dolph Ziggler, little feuds. I could see that. Von Wagner. Don't know what you do with him. What do you do with Von Wagner? Probably put him on Raw, don't you? Because it's the bigger show. He hasn't done a great deal in NXT. In NXT, it's been a case of waiting for Von Wagner to get going. Von Wagner's got size, but he just can't win. And, they've been like really trying to get him to listen to Robert Stone, his manager, who does he come up? Is Mr. Stone come up as well? Or is it just Von Wagner? It might only be Von on his own. I hope they know what they're doing with him, because I ain't got a clue what they're doing with him. And then you've got XY Zion Quinn, who I think Austin wishes had been drafted round to his house. Because there has not been a bigger XY Zion Quinn fan than Austin 316. That is a fact. In fact, he's probably the only fan he's got. Only fan? It's interesting. It's interesting to look at that list. Mitchell said, what on earth do you think Raw is going to do with Odyssey Jones? He was basically comedy on NXT. He's basically Otis in a way. Well, the thing with Odyssey is he's bigger than Otis. He's got real size. He is someone that looks impressive. Otis has got size, but he's quite small. He's quite short. Whereas Odyssey Jones has got size, but he's tall as well. The thing with Odyssey Jones is that he's got this bubbly personality. I think he's going to do really well. I think he'll do really well. I had high hopes for him. I don't know where we would have got with him had he have not got injured. He picked up an injury and he's been out for like 12 months. So we just haven't seen much of him, and that really halted his development. I did not expect him to get called up, but he is big, tall, he's got charisma. He's charismatic. He is like a friendly giant in a way. I don't know exactly his height, but I know he's got a good size to him. But he's kind of like that kind of a person. You expect them to be like a monster heel. He is more a bubbly, fun-loving monster, which is quite interesting. So I'm excited to see how they use him, to be honest. I wonder if you just have him squash a few low-level heels just to start with. Put him against some credible names, like your Dolph Ziggler, which, as I think I said, Ziggler might not be the worst. Have Odyssey Jones, Dolph Ziggler feuds, make it good, show his charisma, and have Odyssey Jones picking up the win, and then move on to another relatively low-level heel. Give him some wins, and then eventually, you can maybe put him in a tag team, have him go after the tag titles. I can see Odyssey Jones in a tag team or doing something, like looking out at the fans, trying to get them to clap along. Like, I've got high hopes for Odyssey Jones. I don't think we really explored how to use Odyssey in WWE, in NXT, because I think the injury got in the way. But I think he's got great potential. The only question would be, like, how's his leg gonna hold up? Is he gonna be able to compete consistently, or is this gonna be like injuries because of his size, and his joints and everything? Is he gonna suffer a lot of injuries, and is it gonna stall his momentum? I don't know his history, but there is no way he wasn't an American football player. There is no way. The size of the guy means that he must have at least played in a high school team. Whether he got to the NFL or not, I have no idea, but he must have been in an American football team. That's the size of him. He's one of those guys. He's basically comedy on NXT. He's Otis in a way. Yeah, I think he's going to be bubbly. I think he's going to be positive. I think he's going to be fun. It is going to be interesting booking him, though. I do agree. But if I was booking him, I'd just want to get him introduced first, settled. So you put him in there with someone that's got experience, like Dolph. Put him in a little feuds, a few little backstage segments. Have his bubbly personality come across in backstage interviews, whatever. Good matches, give him wins, move on to the next feuds. That'll take up the first few months at least. No, Finn entrance and 2 Cody entrances. I wonder who's winning, says Mitchell. Jim said, I wrote a theme song for you using ChatGPT and I sent it in your DMs. What is it? Lyrics or what? Some of that. Oh, it is. I'll read some of this when we get to commercial break. We might be going to commercial break now. We are. So this is the theme song. Step into the ring where the actions ablaze. Wrestling Days. The hero of YouTube's maze. Live streaming WWE, AEW and more. Bringing the excitement right to your door. With his trusted beanie, he takes his stand. Wrestling Days forever, young and grand. I like that. I like that, Jim. I think you must have put in the fact I've been 21 for about 30 years. A beacon of passion, forever bold. I'm loving this, Jim. You've killed this. Sharing the thrill, the stories unfolds. Wrestling Days, the streamer supreme. These aren't my words. These aren't my words. You can't pin this on me. Not my words. The words of the robots that will one day overthrow us all, right? The robots that will one day replace us all. This is what they've come up with, right? So I am feeling pretty good about my future right now. So robot overlords, if you are watching, much love. Wrestling Days, the streamer supreme, bringing the world of wrestling to the screen. Technically, that would be copyrighted, but, you know, I get the point. From WWE to AEW's grace, he captures the essence with style and pace. Forever 21 in spirit, and also factually, a fan's true heart, Wrestling Days, he plays his part. Through epic matches and fierce rivalries, he brings the joy, igniting the fantasies. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. You might be throwing... I'm not looking at the chat right now. I'm sure you're all nodding along going, yep, this checks out. But I think one thing we can all agree on, all of us, is that I do ignite fantasies. I do ignite fantasies. And if Austin is in the chat right now, he absolutely will be confirming this. So he brings the joy. He ignites fantasies. Let's go. In the realm of combat, he'll never cease. Wrestling Days, his enthusiasm is released. Live streams of UFC and battles galore. Battle galore. That's a good name, isn't it? WWE Battle Galore. That's good, that is. We could do that instead of like Elimination Chamber or something. WWE Battle Galore. I like it. So, live streams of UFC and battles galore. He shares the thrill, leaving fans wanting more. Wrestling Days, the streamer supreme, bringing the world of wrestling to the screen. From WWE to AEW's grace, he captures the essence with style and pace. This is the outro now. We've got to the end, don't worry. In the virtual arena, his presence will last. Wrestling Days, the icon unsurpassed. With his trusted beanie and youthful soul, he'll keep us entertained, making wrestling whole. Jim, that is, I mean, I'm applauding. Oh, good. I thought the audio might have been turned down. I am applauding. I am wooing. I am wishing you.
Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas.
But I'm saying to myself as well, the kids love it. Peter Griffin loves it. He loves it. He loves it.
And his name is... Yeah.
LSW says incredibly accurate. People loved it, Jim. You killed it, mate. You killed it. Look, he's crying. James is actually crying. James has put emojis of himself crying. That's how much he enjoyed it. That has really touched people's souls. Oh, I mean, it all checks out, doesn't it? It all checks out. No lies detected. Right, we are back to the action. Oh, God, now LSW's crying as well. And oh, there's tears everywhere, guys. Come on. Come on. It was emotional. It was emotional, but dry those eyes. Dry those eyes. Lots of emotion out there. A lot of tears. I think it's really hit home just how important these streams are to people, you know? And I think people have been really touched by that. Sometimes you do have to just reflect, don't you? Just take that moment to appreciate what we've got. Miz going for the pin on Cody, shoulder up. Yeah, I wonder who's going to win this. I wonder. Finn and Miz didn't have a match on Saturday. Cody faced Brock and is selling an injury. He's going to win this. They literally are trying to make him the most babyface who ever babyfaced. He is the biggest babyface to ever babyface. Just like Jim. Just like Jim is in this community. Jim is the biggest babyface to ever babyface. Duck underneath there by Finn. Plants Cody. 1, 2. And kick out again. Finn back in the corner, drop kick. Cody goes into the corner. Cody goes down. Finn Balor has got Cody in the coup de grace position. Coup de grace position. Finn Balor lands. Cody moves. Miz grabs Finn, hurls him into Cody. Skull crushing. Connects. 1, 2. Cody makes the save. Cody makes the save. Ah, that would have been average. Would have been surprising. I can't say it would have been awesome. It would have been something. I mean, I feel pretty good about Seth winning. Oh, appreciate the support, my friends. Coach Co said Michael Jackson's iconic image was often associated with his unique style. Crossroads. Oh, Miz. Miz grabs Cody, chucks him out the ring. Cody gets right back in again, grabs the Miz, looking for a crossroads. Cody connects. He's going for another one. He's going for another one. Going for another, third in a row. Finn still down. 3 crossroads. 1, 2. Oh, the beast! The beast! The beast! Ah! I thought he would attack in the final. I didn't think he'd attack now. The beast! Look at his black eye and his busted foreheads. He's got stitches in his head, the beast. Finn Balor going for the cover. 2. Finn wins. Finn wins. Finn Balor. F5 to Cody on the outside. Finn Balor with a coup de grace. Picks up the win, and it's going to be Seth versus Finn Balor. My historic number 1 and number 2 favorites for this. But I must admit, I thought Cody would get through this because I thought Brock would interfere. But I thought he would interfere in the final. Later tonight, the semi-final. Brock's got a microphone. Tell me. Tell me, what do you want to talk about? Look at this face. Oh. Don't want to. Look at this face. Oh, that was intense. He's going to give him a kiss. He's grabbed his head. I want to talk about me. Me. Look at my face. You looked into that victory. Want to talk about a fight? He's very intense, isn't he? Oh my God. He wants to fight. Okay, someone let him fight. You, me. Night of Champions. What have you got to say? This is so intense and also a little bit funny. You, me, Night of Champions. I thought there was going to be a stipulation. I thought he was going to say fight pit, actually. I was expecting fight pit. Look at my face! Look at my face! What do you want to talk about now? I want to talk about me. I want to talk about me. Okay, what do you want to talk about? Look at my face! Okay. Part of that was like a little bit sexy. The way he was holding him, cradling him. Find someone that will hold you and love you like Brock holds Cody. If you're feeling a bit lonely, and you're feeling a little bit down, find someone that will hold you the way that Brock holds Cody. Look at my face! Okay, so Night of Champions, Brock wants a fight. No commentary over that as well, which I think added to it. I mean, the commentary table was busted, in all fairness. Coach Co said Michael Jackson's iconic image was often associated with his unique style, and his ever-changing nose was just one of the more controversial aspects of the public persona that sparked intense media attention and debate. All checks out. There's been a lot of facts tonight. Do you remember all those compliments that the robots gave me, courtesy of Jim? That checked out. And what Cody Co has just said here about... I almost called you Cody Co. in many ways, I feel like that sums up that last segment, Cody Co. Little Cody Co. Yeah, I really appreciate the support. It always surprises me how supportive people are when they send in super chats and then they use those super chats to what I can only imagine is copy and paste from Wikipedia. I mean, it's like I need everyone to pay attention right now because I have got something to say. I have got something to say. Michael Jackson's iconic image was often associated with his unique... Like, it's weird, isn't it? But then, I mean, listen, if you've been on this channel for a while, it's just Coach Co being Coach Co, man. Coach Co being Coach Co. And never change. Apart from those ones that don't make any sense at all. Definitely change those. Moldy, shout out to you, Moldy Spoon. Said, Days, if Cody versus Rollins, it's two faces, Brock attacking now and everyone's behind Seth. It's a good point. Yeah, it's a good point. The only thing I thought was that they might want to do this because of Seth getting the win over Cody. I mean, everyone knows Cody beat Seth 3 times last year. So you could get Cody to the final here. You could take on Seth. This could be Seth getting a win on Cody. Granted, wouldn't be clean because of Brock interfering, but it would maybe just give Seth something back. And it would certainly allow him to boast about having a win over Cody. So that was my thinking, you know. If you want to look at the two people that probably should be in the final of a tournament like this or going into the final of the Raw side, it probably should be Seth and Cody. But you make an excellent point. I mean, you are right. This way, everyone is going to be behind Seth as we do Seth and Finn. Everyone will be rooting for Seth to get it. It'll be a big moment. And, you know, Cody is taken out, isn't he? So, yeah, ticks a lot of boxes. Or, again, it all checks out. So many facts tonight. So many good facts. Love it. Simon said, I thought he was going to say, you, me, Night of Champions, UFC style match. They could mention UFC. I mean, I think they could mention UFC before anyway, but they certainly can mention it now. Couldn't they? Yeah. He would only have to say Octagon. You, me, Octagon. Oh. Imagine if we do that. Imagine if we put Cody in an Octagon. Brock's got to win. I'm sorry, he's got to win. He's got to win. If we do an Octagon, right? UFC Octagon, I ain't buying Cody beating Brock in an Octagon. I ain't buying it. Try and sell it all you want. I ain't buying it. The guy is a former UFC heavyweight champion. You put Cody in an Octagon, it ain't gonna go well. But I would like to see it. I'd really like to see it, actually. The only problem is, are you then straying into UFC territory, though? But saying that, maybe it doesn't matter now. It checks out. Another one, Simon, that checks out. It checks out. We could absolutely do it. I don't think we would have done it before. I think we might be encroaching on their copyright. They might even have some sort of copyright on. I don't think they own Octagon shapes and all this kind of stuff, like for rings. I don't think there's a problem necessarily there, but I don't know, perhaps they could have got into a little bit of trouble over it. I'm trying to think. They did a fight in AEW, didn't they? That was an MMA fight. I can't remember what that looked like. I don't know if that was an octagon or a oblong or some other shape. I don't know. But the fact he was saying, I want to fight, does definitely lean to that kind of UFC, doesn't it? Yeah. Simon, checks out, mate. Checks out. Maybe it'll still go that way. You know, that was very intense. We're backstage with Cody. We've got a medic, and they're just going inside a medical area, so... Well, Corey just said that Corey was so occupied with trying to finish his story. So Corey has hinted that winning this title would be finishing the story. Seth and Finn is at final. Semi-final. I keep calling it final. I mean final side of Raw. Wrestling Kid 99 said, did you see Raw in Birmingham? This Raw is goods. Did you see WWE in Birmingham? I didn't. I didn't see WWE, and I haven't been to a WWE house show since 2017 or 18? 17. I think it's 2017. Might even be 2016, you know. It's been a long time. Right, here's Rippers. Rippers making her way down. No, I didn't sadly go. Because of the streaming, it just, like, the streaming gets in the way. It is Rippers. It's time for Rippers. Representing Judgment Day, coming down to the ring with Dominic. Who's she facing? What's she doing? What belt has she got as well? She's got the blue one. She's got the Smackdown one. So what are we doing here then? So she's on Raw. She's got the Smackdown women's title. Is this going to be the belt exchange? Are we about to see them switch belts? I don't want to watch. Just tell me when it's done. Tell me when they've done it. I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch this. Have they done it yet? Oh. Coach Co says, Michael Jack. Oh my God, Coach Co. So supportive, but I mean, like, why not just put in like 10 $2 ones and, like, you know, just talk about wrestling? I don't know. It's strange. It's weird. It's weird. I mean, it definitely makes you stand out. Michael Jackson's, and I am going to read it. Michael Jackson's close relationship with children. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, it's Dana Brooke that's coming out. Let's go. Ah, I'm watching now. Yeah. Oh, we are saying, give Dana Brooke a chance. That was a John Lennon song. Oh, we are saying, give Dana Brooke a chance. Let's go. I belong here, says Dana. You're going to see the untapped potential of Dana Brooke. There is is this for the title? Oh my God, new champion. New champion. Let's go. Let's go. Bang. Look at this. Straight out the gates. Unloading on rippers. Dana goes down. So we are underway. Right, let's go. I need to read this comment, but I want to watch Dana Brooke. Come on, Dana. Come on, Dana. This girl works so hard. She's been on the roster for so long. She just doesn't get any opportunity, man. She does now. She is now. I mean, granted, it's against Rhea Ripley, which sort of sucks. Because she ain't going to win. But, you know, at least she's out there. Could you imagine? Oh, why didn't we have a little camera? But we should have had a camera backstage when they said to her, Dana, and she went, yeah. And they went, you're having a match tonight. Could you imagine a little face? Oh, imagine a little face when they told her you don't have to sit in catering all night. Oh, she probably cried. She probably burst into tears. Looking to crossbody, gets caught by rippers. Oh, Dana going up. Looking for riptides. Connects. Come on, Dana, kick out. Oh, she hasn't gone straight for the pin, in all fairness. She's not done. She's going to cloverleaf. She's going to cloverleaf. Oh, look at the strength. That is impressive. Oh, Dana taps. God damn. Yeah, I mean, she cloverleafed her. She's got a tattoo right on her backside as well, Dana Brooke, which I didn't know. But these are short shorts, and you can see that she's got a tattoo on one of her buttocks. Her left buttock has got a tattoo on it. I think it says Kojiko. Rippers picks up the submission victory. Oh, no! No! She's going for another Riptides! Ah! She's such a heel! Oh, no! And now she's cloverleafing her again. Oh, jeez. It's, who's coming down? Natalia! Natalia's coming down! Natalia! Oh, God. Natalia's, we need a feud for the new champ. It's basically the female Dolph Ziggler making her way down. I mean, show some respect. It is Natalia. She is awesome. Steps up to Rhea. Rhea steps to Natalya. Dominic says summit to Rhea. They smirk. It'd be good, actually, if we use Natalya really well, like as a veteran, as a legend, you know? She is. I love Natalya. But she is also the person that is always in this position. Right, Coach Coat said, Michael Jackson's close relationship with children was often viewed with suspicion, but he always maintained that his intentions were pure and that his nose was simply a result of medical condition known as vitiligo. Vitiligo? Vitiligo? Isn't that the person that competed against Kenny Omega on AEW? Vitiligo. Good wrestler. Good. I think he'll be at Wembley. Vitiligo, Kojiko. If you wanted to know all about Michael Jackson, you are finding out some serious facts tonight. You are finding out some serious facts. And it's all down to the one and only Kojiko. Here's Katana and Caden. I don't know if we're going to be getting them next or if there's just a video package for them. Oh, no. Here's JD McDonough. Right, so there was a beatdown after, and Natalya makes the save. Natalya save. Rhea still has that SmackDown Women's title, which is a bit strange. Indashia is the other team that's got called up. Days, please read. I've sent my mom reveal video. Listen. If you're a YouTuber and you do live streams and someone sends the comment in the chat, please read this. I've sent you my mom reveal video, right? Do you not get some sort of award? Is there not like, I feel like there should be like a, level 5 completed. There should be some sort of achievement unlocked. Like, someone in the chat has just put the comments, please read, I've sent you my mom reveal video. Come on! You can't tell me there's other streamers that are getting them kind of comments. Come on! We're just over here doing goated stuff. We're just doing goated stuff, and there's no recognition whatsoever from this godforsaken platform. Amazing. Hey, we got Zoe Stark here. Zoe Stark's backstage with Byron Saxton, and she goes over to Nikki. Zoe calling Nikki a weirdo. Proposes a match. Let's see what you've got, says Zoe. So we're going to be getting Nikki and Zoe 6 minutes from halftime scores as well, by the way. Kevin Owens. Right, this is going to be the KO Sammy Imperium match. Okay. Coach Co, shout out to you. Where is, there was a comment that just came through, wasn't there? Here we go. Austin said, Jobber Dana tapped out. What a jobber. You want to see a jobber, mate? Just wait for XY Zion Quinn to rock up. Make Dana Brooke look like Bruno Sammartino. Do you think it'll be Belair Ripley at Night of Champions? I don't think so. I feel like that's such a big match. I mean, it'd be awesome if it was. But what would it be? Just like an exhibition thing? Because they're both champs. And then I don't think we're going to have just one champ, are we? Nah, we wouldn't do that. So no, I don't think so. I'll tell you what I do think, though. Halftime scores. That's what I think. Let's go.
Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
I got a couple of comments here. One from DJ Poison saying, are you in Birmingham, the hometown of Black Sabbath? I'm not, but my family, my mom and my dad were both born and raised in Birmingham. I would have been born and raised in Birmingham, but they moved to Stourbridge. Which is about 20 minutes, a little town outside of Birmingham. It's about 20 minutes away. They decided to move there and start a family there. So I was born there. But my grandparents and everyone were in Birmingham. I've lived in Birmingham. I've worked in Birmingham. I've gone to Birmingham my whole life. My family are in Birmingham. My cousins live in Birmingham. Nana, granddad, and grandma, everyone was in Birmingham. So I have very strong connections to Birmingham. It's sort of, other than Stourbridge, my home. And yeah, it is where Black Sabbath are from. I like Black Sabbath, good bands. But yeah, Birmingham's a very interesting place because it's a great place, but it's also, I think, overshadowed by Liverpool and Manchester and certainly London. It regards itself as the second city, but I don't know, it might be about fourth. But it's a big, vibrant city. I love Birmingham. And Mitchell, I want to get to Mitchell's comment. I will get to scores as well in a sec. Dana Brooke is basically Mountain Lightning. It's a local store brand. If Charlotte was Mountain Dew, I've never heard of that. Mountain Lightning is own store Mountain Dew. I've never heard of that. Mountain. I thought it was sounds like a cider. Mountain Lightning. Dana Brooke is basically Mountain Lightning if Charlotte was Mountain Dew. Yeah, I mean, look, all I'd say about Dana is I certainly don't think she should be women's champ or anything like this, but I can't see why she shouldn't be in a tag team and be used on TV and, you know, even involved in a few little low-level feuds and, you know, do some stuff with her. Like, just having her in catering, I think, is such a shame. And she's paid her dues. She's been on the main roster now for ages. She's been on the main roster so long. Poor girl, just week after week, just sits in catering. She might even work for catering now. She might have just given up. And she might actually work more for the catering department than she does with WWE. So it's nice to see her get some TV time. Right. Horror King Mayhem said 6.2. Serious Gaming said 6. Michael says 8.5. TJ Jenkins said 7.2. Did you see the new and improved Wendy's in Georgia? They give free kisses for every meal you buy. AJ Styles made it since he's from there. Good for the city. They give kisses for them. What do the staff look like? Do you know what I mean? I mean, if one of them looks like Brock in a wig, don't know that I want to kiss. Do you know what I mean? Certainly if he's going to be, look at my face! Look at my face! I'll be like, oh, I don't want him, I don't want him. I just wanted a burger. I heard you do. Look at my face! Give me a kiss! Do they hold you the way that Brock holds Cody as well? Because they go in for a... It's quite the visual. God bless Georgia. Crazy cats. Outlaw Angel said 6.91. Brony said 6.75. Macca said, who do you think wins later out of Finn or Seth? I think Seth. I think most people would say Seth. Jacksonville crowds are dreadful when it comes to enthusiasm, says Big Time Baxter. Who have you got winning? Finn or Seth? Seth. Michael said 7.5. But 10 out of 10 for Dana tapping out like a jobber, says Austin. Who hurt you, Austin? Who hurt you? I feel like you've got things that you're like working through. You come on here, you just throw your shade around. Someone really hurt Austin. I just want you to know that you are welcome in this community. You are a big part of this community and you are loved by this community. Yeah, maybe we can work through these issues. Maybe we can make you the positive force that you used to be. Remember when you first came in, you was all hopeful and positive. And now you just seem so angry and bitter at the world. Such a shame. WWE AEW fan said, this show isn't that good. It might be the crowds. Mike said, Ozzy moved back to the UK. Did he? I didn't know that. I thought he still lived in LA. Justin said, I feel like there's going to be something big tonight, but for now it's a 7. Slowly getting to an 8 though, says Justin. 0.81722827272973 out of 2.8 at 2.82629. So we're probably looking at around about 60% maybe like a 5.9 out of 10 there. Rounds up to 1. It's a decent score, said Isan. I don't think it is a decent score. 1.817228 blah 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 out of 2.826. I think that might be lower than you think. I'm born and bred from Leicester, says Retribution. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, buds. I'm sorry about that. I suppose someone's got to come from Leicester. Okay, it is Sammy and KO taking on Imperium. But sorry, Dad, telling the kid Devros. Sorry, Dad, did you tell the kid I need my Devros's? Yeah, well, I don't even know what that means. Bianca for the new heavyweight champion, says Jay. Days, how would you book Sammy and KO splitting as a tag team? Wouldn't one of them turning on the other feel very repetitive? Yeah. I wouldn't do that. I think that I would have them just lose the titles. And maybe like one of them gets attacked backstage or one of them ends up in some sort of feud which kind of takes them away. I wouldn't. This doesn't feel to me like we have to have an attack and all of this. I don't feel like I need to go into another Kevin Sammy story. I understand that might be a bit flat for some because some might want that moment where Sammy gets turned on, but we've seen it, man. We've these two just fight all the time. So yeah, I agree. I don't really need that. I think. Have them drop the belts and then have one of them get attacked and just naturally go off into a feud, go off into a certain direction. So that it doesn't feel, awkward or weird, like, what should we do now? Have Kevin Owens has got to go and deal with some sort of situation. And then maybe Sammy's like, a bit unsure what to do. He finds himself, Sammy for the first time in a long time. That'd be a good image, actually. Of like Kevin having to go off and deal with Bronson Reed or whoever's giving him grief. And then you've got that image of Sammy just there kind of like, for the first time in a long time, no Bloodline, no Usos, no Solo, no Roman, no Kevin, no one. And it's kind of like, what do I do now? And in a way, you get presented with a clean sheet of paper then for Sammy, don't you? To tell a new story. I mean, he was saying just backstage when Imperium interrupted him, like he said, like, we're done with the Bloodline, which of course we are. That Bloodline story is moving on now with potentially the Usos leaving the Bloodline. And what with Sammy and Kevin moving over to Raw, they obviously can now move on to other things. So yeah, I think I'd be more tempted to go a different direction rather than do a turn. Paul said, is it me or Kevin Owens and Sami can't get the crowd to pop anymore? I can only, all I can speak is for myself, and that is that I just don't care about them as tag champs. I never have. This isn't the direction that I was looking for the story to go in. I think it's provided a WrestleMania moment, but I just think that this is not a long-term thing, and it already feels like it should end to me. Unless we're going to start like a really interesting feud against the tag team, which we might do. I mean, who knows? We might be starting something here with Imperium. But yeah, at the moment, like from Sami being where he was, where it looked like he could potentially end Roman's title reign. I don't think we ever truly expected it to happen, but the potential was there. To go from that to where we are now is it is a step backwards. There's no two ways about that. Sami was in there with the biggest person on the roster, and now we've moved away from that. So we've got to find new stories, haven't we? I mean, look, it'll be interesting to see how we use them. I just really hope this isn't it for Sami. I think what Sami showed and what he proved is that if you give him the right creative, like anyone. Give him the stories. He has got the ability to get things over, tell stories. He's a great asset, and maybe a bigger asset than WWE even knew they had. I think Triple H knew. I don't think Vince knew. But I think Triple H knew. Triple H used Sami well in NXT. I don't think Vince used Sami very well at all. But Vince has gone now, so it'll be very interesting to see what plans Triple H has got for Sami. I mean, honestly, Sami, I think, would be a perfect candidate for that world title. I think he'd be great for that world title. Chop coming in, because it is still a world heavyweight championship. It is still a world title. Kevin with a big shot, kicks Ludwig in the midsection. Oh, shoulder breaker by Kevin Owens. Right, we've 1 hour 40 minutes in. We got 1 hour 20 minutes to go. Shahil said, I fell asleep for 20 minutes, so that's my score. Kevin Owens up top. Swanton bomb. 2. And Imperium make the save. Simon, shout out to you, buds. You don't have to keep sending in super chats, buds. But Simon says, at Night of Champions, they should have Sami and Kevin against the Usos for the Smackdown tag belts and use it to end the feud. Yeah, you could do that. The only thing I'm thinking is, I think part of the story is that the Usos have been failing. And I think that's where this frustration has been coming from Roman and Solo. So if you was to do them against Sami and Kevin, I don't know that you could have the Usos win, because I think that kind of goes against the narrative that we've been building, that they can't get the job done at the moment. They can't solve the Sami problem is kind of a little bit of the narrative we've been telling. And also that sort of would upset people because you're going against the brand split as well. But saying that, the tag champs have to be able to go to the two brands, because at the moment they still represent the two brands. In fact, you make a good point. What are we going to do with these tag belts? If we are only going to have, because they've been drafted to Raw, they are on Raw. They were picked by Raw, but they are still representing SmackDown with the tag titles. So it's a really good point. What do you do with those SmackDown tag team titles? Do you just do it as a one-off defense? But if you do it that way, I don't think you can have the Usos win because of that the narrative that they can't get it done. Big boot. 1, 2. And it is a win for Sami and Kevin after that haluva. Dun, 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 dun. Sami and Kevin retain against Imperium. I hope the ring general was not watching tonight, says Corey. So these two holding up those championships were backstage with Chelsea and Sonya. They're getting Xia Li. There's a petition. I don't know what this petition is for. Trying to get some more signatures. Here's Indy. Indy, yes! Indy with Johnny and Candice. I'm so excited. Indy, backstage with Johnny. Is Dexter going to be there? Oh, look at this. Oh, my God. Dexter, Indy, Candice, and Johnny. He is smiling. It's going to be great. What were they talking about? Were they talking about Theory? It's coming back soon. Did he say it's coming back? Candice, I need to hear this. That was rude. Whole family. Yeah. He's coming back soon. He's coming back soon? Who? Ciampa. Oh, maybe Ciampa. Yeah. He's coming back soon. It's going to be great. Oh, that's interesting. Right, okay, let me get to this. So, Sami and KO beat Imperium. Then we had Sonya and Chelsea get in signatures. Or I think it was for all the injustices against them. And then we had... Well, it was kind of the way, but not really the way, because there was no Theory. But the way... The reduced way, talking about he's coming back soon. I tell you what, I mean, I'm making these notes for my little recap that I do, which I love doing those. I keep saying I love doing those. Big thank you to everyone that checks them out. They do take a little bit of time to do, so then I wish they could be out a lot sooner. They tend to be out like about an hour and a half after the show ends. But I just try to get like all these notes I'm making. I try to get them into that little video thing. Yeah, it's interesting. That is. I think I like the Ciampa shout. I think that's really good. I was thinking Theory. Theory might be coming back. They might be looking to turn him face and maybe put him with the way. But I mean, Ciampa makes more sense. Definitely. Kojiko. Jeez Louise, mates. What happened? Did you win the flipping state lottery? It fires in such generous... I don't understand. I just don't understand. Are you Drake or something in disguise? Like, I don't get it. Who else fires in such generous super chats and then just repeatedly keeps talking about Michael Jackson? I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't know if you're drunk. I mean, I think you are. I think you're probably drunk. I think you might be smacked off your head. I have no idea. I have no idea. Such generous super chats. To talk about Michael Jackson. I mean, I'm going to read it. Here we go. Despite rumors that Michael Jackson had once considered becoming a professional wrestler, there is no evidence to suggest that his distinctive nose played any role in his decision to pursue a career in sports entertainment. Where the hell have you got that? That ain't going to be on his Wikipedia page. I heard that he was a big fan of wrestling, but I can't say I heard that he was ever going to get involved. That's interesting, actually, because I heard he was a fan of wrestling. So in a way, it's surprising that he never did get involved. And you could understand why he would be a fan of wrestling, in all fairness, the theatric side of it. I mean, could you imagine that? Could you imagine a WrestleMania where imagine Michael Jackson at WrestleMania 1? That would have been a thriller. That certainly wouldn't have been bad. I mean, that is awful. That is so bad. I hate myself. Just that a little bit more. You've made me hate myself now, Coach Co. You've made me hate myself. Congratulations to Batista, #1 movie worldwide. That is for his latest sex tape. Well done. Well done to Batista. Very popular. Very, very popular. Batista, #1 movie in the world. I think it's called Batista, the Animal Unleashed. So, Coach Co, I appreciate the support. I mean, you can stop now. You can stop now. I think we are all Michael Jacksoned out. Stephen Gorgon, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. I want to make sure we're up to date with super. You know what I'm like with super chats. I'm flipping rubbish. I am. There is not a streamer worse at getting to super chats than me. Wrestler with Andy said, "Do you think this world title will be closer to the WWE or the old world title held by Jack Swagger and Alberto Del Rio?" I think it'll be. Closer to the old world title. I think it'll be a belt that people kind of. I could see Sammy winning this. You know, I can see it being very similar to the Swagger one. But saying that, I would have said the same about the Universal, because the Universal was first won by Finn, and that was his first and only world title. So that sort of felt like similar, but they just went on to really treat the Universal so well. It was booked so well. That yeah, I think that the Universal was booked really well, and maybe this one will be. But I do think this stands a chance of being a little bit more like Finn. Oh my God, Kojiko! Stop! Are you drunk? What's going on? Have you been hijacked? Is this flipping tap out corner in disguise? Varlon said, "Hi, Days. Hi, Varlon. Where was Brock, Becky, Ronda, and John Cena when the Thunderdome started? If you remember, did they react? Imagine if they were awesome in the dome and had matches." Where was Brock, Becky, Ronda, Cena? Well, Cena's not an active part of the roster, so he comes back and has the odd match every now and again, but he's not a week in, week out superstar. So that wasn't strange. Becky was pregnant, so she went off to have a kid, so that's why she wasn't around. Was Brock around? I don't think Brock wanted anything to do with the COVID and all that kind of stuff. I'm trying to think, did he not feature at all during Thunderdome? That's a name that surprises me. Can't say I've really thought about Brock. And Ronda was away for a while, wasn't she? She ended up coming back after being away after WrestleMania 35. So Ronda left to try and start a family, apparently. And did she eventually have a kid? I think she eventually had. The only one that I can't answer is Brock. But that might just be to do with the fact he didn't want to mess around with COVID and get tested and just the inconvenience of it all, you know? Because he, I think, has to travel. Maybe the borders were closed as well for Brock, because doesn't he live in Canada? So it might have been that borders were an issue. So that, I think that might have been the reason for Brock. I'm going to say COVID, borders, travel. No one wants to, you don't want to be taking public transport, do you? You don't want to be getting on planes and all this kind of stuff with other people if there's COVID. And he would have to do a lot of traveling, so I'm sure he lives in Canada. Saskatchewan, which I don't even know if that's a real place. It sounds like something from where the wild things are. Saskatchewan. It sounds made up, Could be something from Harry Potter. Hang on, what else we got? Coach Code gifts 5 memberships. Michael Jackson's, I'm going to read this. We are underway with Zoe against Nikki. Michael Jackson's 911 call in 2009 regarding his medical emergency highlighted the fragility of the pop superstar's health, served as a tragic reminder of his untimely death a few months later. I just don't get it. I don't understand. I don't know what I'm meant to do with this information. Do I applaud? I don't know what I'm meant to do. The generosity is insane, but so are the messages. Nothing about that makes sense. Lovely knee strike there by Zoe. So Zoe in action against Nikki, and she puts her away, man. She puts her away. MJ details. Yeah. EST says, R.I.P. the crowds. Yeah, to be honest, I always have to have the sound turned down. So the crowd sounded really good at the start of the show, but there's been a lot of comments about how the crowd have been really quite quiet. Nice little showcase there for Zoe. She looked pretty good. Zoe Stark is fired up. So Zoe Stark picks up the victory. We're backstage with Dominic and Rhea. Yeah. Rhea. You've been on a roll. Yeah. Are you feeling extra pressure? He welcomes pressure. Oh, hello, who's laughing? Xavier and Akira Tozawa are laughing backstage. You look like you got your outfit from the Lost and Found. Rhea. Rhea comes over. Akira walks away. Dum accepts. Hi, mommy. Where did Tozawa go? We've got missing posters for Becky. There's Trish. Trish is putting up missing posters. She's got a missing top as well. See, those little things I think are really fun. Like, you could sell them as like little things for tonight. WWE should do that. They should sell, like, that missing poster. Imagine if they sold some of them that were signed by Trish tonight only on WWE Shop. And you could only get them tonight, maybe tomorrow. Like, next 48 hours, you can get signed Becky Lynch by Trish. I don't know. $30, something like that, $50 maybe max. I think that's how much you would probably pay if you went to the live show to get a Trish autograph, you know. Trish autograph, $50, missing poster, you know. I think that's the kind of thing I'd like to see them doing, like more merch that's a bit more cool and quirky and spontaneous, and, you know, you'd probably sell a few of those. You don't need to do it all the time, just once, you know, once a month, something like that. I mean, I would have loved a signed Billy Kay resume. That's what I keep thinking about. When Billy Kay had a resume, if they'd have sold signed Billy Kay, I've been all over that, mate. All over that. Imagine signed Jericho lists from back in the day as well. The list of Jericho. And there's like, you know, just a little paper list thing, signed, put it up, 48 hours, limited. Be really good, wouldn't it? Be really good. Well, just, they don't want us to have nice things. That's what I've learned. Okay, so Xavier and Dum Dum match made. How long have we got? We've got an hour. Chat, we've had enough about Michael Jackson. Why would Trish sign a Becky poster? That seems dumb. It's because it's posters that she has had made. So she's made them. She's handing them out. They're not official missing posters. They're posters that are saying, Becky is missing. Have you seen her? The reason why she's missing is because of Trish. So Trish is handing them out at the moment. So it's a little bit like the t-shirts of Brit, which has got Brit on it for AEW, but it's not a Brit t-shirt. I believe it's the Outcasts. Didn't Jericho wear one of those on AEW? So even though it's got Brit on it, it's not a Brit t-shirt. It's, I believe, a way for the heels to, like, be disrespectful. In a way, this missing poster is disrespectful. It's Trish disrespecting Becky. Simon says, Belfast was better than this crowd when they were over that Friday the draft started. Well, was you at that show? Was you, Simon? You was at Belfast? They do try to go over to like Ireland and Northern Ireland, and I think they have got really good, passionate fan bases over there. I mean, the Irish crowd is always going to turn up, aren't they? You know, doesn't surprise me one bit that an Irish crowd was going to be bubbling. So yeah, that's good. If Dave, oh no, I'm not reading it. I'm not reading it. How about that? You have donated way too much, Kojiko, so I'm not reading it. What of the streamers do you know would do that, eh? Why wasn't Cross or LA Knight in the tournament? Instead, a part-timer in Edge. Crazy, says Retro C. Trish is making fun of Becky for ducking her. Largest gate ever in Puerto Rico. Is that a big achievement? Is that a high bar? Highest gate ever in Puerto Rico. WWE Backlash #1 trend worldwide. That was good considering UFC had a big show on Saturday night as well. Thank you, Puerto Rico. Right, here's Trish making her way out. Backlash was insane. Is it true you're the fifth horseman? It is true. I'm also the third member of the Outsiders. I am that third man. I don't know what she just did there. She just made that sort of gesture. God, could you imagine if Trish came walking down to the ring and she looked at you and she went like that? You'd be like, oh my God. You want me to call you? You want me to call you? I can do that. Do you want me to do it now? I'll do it now. What's your number? She just sort of made that gesture then. I don't know what that was. I mean, I would absolutely poop myself if she looked at me and made that gesture. UFC 288 was rubbish, said Shannon. You didn't miss out on anything. Oh, well. I am disappointed that I wasn't able to do it, but if it was rubbish, then maybe I looked out a little bit. I did want to watch it though. They were good. There was good main and co-main, certainly on paper. We're gonna find her. Chin up, Buttercup. She's worried, concerned. Becky is missing, guys. She's used all her platforms. Can you? Thank you. She will be found. Okay. When she's found, you can say, thank you, Trish. Her dumb daughter? She is dumb. She doesn't know her colours. She's 2. Hello. I like the fact she justified that because it seemed really cheap, but the fact that she said she doesn't know colours, she knows a bit about the kids. She doesn't know her colours. Seth should come out and smack her. That's his daughter as well. I mean, that wouldn't play well on TV, would it, in all fairness? Who could he send out? He could send some girl out. No one is going to steal my spotlight. Oh, look who's here. Look who's here. She's 2. She doesn't know the colours. Maybe it's the kid. Maybe the 2-year-old's going to come down. Imagine if the kid came out and went, I know the colour red, and then used the B word. That'd be awesome. You're as gullible as Becky when she thought I was... She's not going to get me. She's never coming back, says Trish. There's this one time my daughter wanted a doll. Becky chants. You guys are idiots. She's not here. Why would you want to call your doll Becky Lynch? Okay. Becky's in the ring. Man of the masses. Smile on the face of Becky. Right hand. Trish goes down. Big time return. Exploder. I mean, all I'm thinking now is that she's a really bad parent. That's all I'm thinking right now. Her daughter doesn't know colours. She's 2 years old. Okay, so Beck's in the ring. Clears the ring. Becky. The man has come around. I think we're struggling with time because Becky went to say some more and they interrupted. I don't think that the music was meant to. I think that story of Trish had more to it. Yeah, it really feels like we're struggling for time here. Because Becky went to say some more there and they just played her music and she was like... I think she was about to talk about Michael Jackson. You would think Ro would know her colours with the flamboyant colours her parents wear. Perhaps she's just put shades on. Perhaps it's so full of colour at home, it's just overwhelming for a 2-year-old. So she just goes around wearing Bret Hart shades. No wonder everything's pink. What's this pink? What's that pink? Everything's electric pink. Struggling for time on a 3-hour show. How is that possible? Takes skill, doesn't it? Okay, we're in the medical facility. Okay, so we saw Cody and Sammy and KO in a medical room. Okay, here is Xavier. So we know he's going to be taking on Dum Dum. What I would say is, I mean, there's a lot that's gone down tonight. Even if you might be thinking like this show, I'm not really feeling it, or yeah, I'm not sure about it. There's a lot that they've put into it. It does get to a sort of point where I'm like, how am I going to get this into that? I mean, I always find a way. Sometimes I have to leave the odd little backstage thing out, which I don't think is that important. But I've got a lot of notes here. Xavier versus Dum Dum. Becky was busy teaching her daughter. I know, man. It's unfair, isn't it? So Trish is having a pop at Becky for not being around, but then equally says that her daughter's dumb and doesn't know colours. So Becky can't stay at home to teach her daughter. If she stays at home to do that, then she gets criticised for not being at WWE. And if she's at WWE, she gets criticised because her daughter's an idiot. She can't win. I think Trish's delivery is a little bit flat. It's a little bit monotone. It's a little bit... She just kind of talks with the same cadence and same delivery. And I kind of think it would be better if she could mix it up, put a bit of emotion into it. Her mannerisms are good. Her body language is all right. The things she says are all right. But I think I think you can tell that this is not something she does on the regular. She's a legend that's not been around for a while. You know, the skills are a bit rusty. But it was okay. It was okay. I really, when she said she's at home with a dumb daughter, I really thought that was just so cheap and just, I mean, dumb daughter, whatever. I love the fact she went, no, guys, she is. She's 2. She doesn't know her colours. I love the fact she expanded on it. That was like, oh, okay, that's goated. That's goated. She actually gave us reasons as to why she made such a comment. I was like, okay, that's good. That was good. That saved that. But now that's all I can think about. Bad parenting. Coach Co says no 50 memberships for the chat. Yeah. And you can blame me for that. Coach Co has been so generous tonight that I don't want him to send in 50 odd memberships for the chat. I want you all to miss out on that. If in many ways it's a win-win for me. Coach Co gets to, save his money a little bit, and I get to deny 50 of you free members. Lovely stuff. I still don't understand this Becky Trish feud, says Alistair. Why is Trish sticking around? What is the long-term benefit of this story? It feels a bit inconsequential. Well, I think there was something there then, you know. If we could have just let that breathe a little bit more, I think there was something there and we didn't get chance to fully explain it. You know, I think if Trish had come out and said that she watched Becky become the first woman to win a main event, WrestleMania main event, you know, she went to buy a new doll for her daughter wanted to name it Becky Lynch. Like, if we'd have explored the idea that Trish feels that Becky is eclipsing or trying to eclipse or not, you know, how dare she get opportunity that Trish never got? How dare the kids want to name dolls after Becky and not, you know, why didn't her daughter want to call it Trish? Why did Trish not get the opportunity to main event WrestleMania? Does Becky think that she's better than me? Does Becky think she's had a bigger impact on wrestling than me? Like, I think there's something there to explore. And the doll story I was not feeling at first, but then when she said her daughter wanted to name it Becky because the doll was pretty and all of this, and I was like, okay, I see where we're going. I can see where we're going. But we didn't get a chance to do anything because the music hit because we're running out of time, and we didn't really get a chance to explore that. But I do agree that, you know, we haven't really had much in the way of an explanation, but I think we just started to get a little bit of a glimpse there, and then that was it. It was, it didn't get, that segment didn't get the time it needed. Couldn't we have just cut this match? Couldn't we have done Xavier Dom Dom next week? We could have popped a little graphic on screen saying that this match is happening next week now, and given Trish and Becky just a bit more time. And here's Rhea Ripley and Dominic for the second time. Dominic Mysterio making his way out there. Don't know. Each to their own. What if JD helped Finn win? Then we get Finn defeating Edge at Night of Champions, getting his win back on Edge, says Knight Rider. Well, it's a possibility. It's a possibility. Rivy said, what's up, Days? Big ups to you, my friend. Rivy, 004, part of the MI6 00 initiative. 004 in the house, Rivy. Yeah, I'm good. I hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying it, dudes. Kojiko has sent in a message, and of course, you know, it's never straightforward, is it, with Kojiko? It's in a different language, which means I need to try and copy it, and it won't copy. So I've got no idea what the flip it says. Every time I click on it, it just keeps coming up with go to channel or report. I got it. Right, Kojiko put in a message, which needs translating. No, I can't decode it, unfortunately. Don't know. Says something like read this, but it won't make out the rest of it, but so that's unfortunate. That is Coach Coke. Right, we are underway with Xavier versus Dom Dom. Dion says, Matt, they've changed it because they want the winner of the Raw tournament and the winner of the Smackdown one will fight each other at Night of Champions. Richard said, I don't know why this match couldn't be moved until next week. Days, you are a monster heel, says Dan. Thank you. Thank you. I am basically the Dominic Mysterio of the live streaming world. Maggie, shout out to you. Horror King Mayhem said, what a perfect opportunity to introduce JD McDonough to Judgment Day and help his mentor, says Horror King Mayhem. Retro C said, Michael Jackson. That's all I wanted to say. Michael Jackson. If I tell you what, It's not Roman that's been acknowledged tonight. It's Michael Jackson that's been acknowledged tonight. That's who's been acknowledged. Legend Killer, shout out to you. But the Battle of the Days. New versus Judgment. Oh, man, I should so be in this match. It should be a triple threat. New versus Judgment versus Wrestling. Battle of the Days. Let's go. Kicks coming in by Dom Dom. Jay said, I thought Bianca and Rhea would swap titles. Maybe they're just planning on renaming them. I don't know what they're going to do. Perhaps they're going to introduce new ones. Or perhaps they'll swap them on Friday. I don't know. The whole thing's giving me anxiety. I'm feeling very anxious about it all. I need to learn more about Michael Jackson, says Dan. Oh, well, just, if ever you're watching Raw or SmackDown or NXT, stop by. I'm sure Coach Cole will have plenty of facts for you coming up. Not today, though. Kick to the midsection by Xavier. Dominic will never be like Eddie or Ray, says Charis. I don't know if that's how you say the name, but I went for it. Bad Bunny should get more active in WWE. Do you agree? How active? How active? More active as in a few more matches a year, or more active as in a full-time superstar? Because if Bad Bunny wants to be a full-time superstar, I can vibe with that. But if he wants to do a couple more matches a year, not interested. WWE wants Bad Bunny back for SummerSlam. Oh, jeez. Stone said, I think it's funnier if they don't swap the titles and never talk about why. That would drive a lot of people insane. That would drive me insane. That would drive a lot of people insane. That would just be oh God, the amount of times that would come up in conversation. That would be such a good troll job. That would be such a good troll job. That would be very good. Imagine if The Dream was still in WWE and what his star power could have been now. What, the Velveteen Dream? DREAM is Velveteen Dream. Bad Bunny is on more WWE pay-per-views than Dana Brooke. Wonder if that's true. I don't think that's true. Think Dana, it's certainly true of this year. That is interesting. How many has he been on? He must have been on about 3 or 4 now. Has Dana been on 3 or 4 main roster pay-per-views in her career? I mean, if you were including Royal Rumbles, then I think we'd be all right. But yeah, I think she's probably clear of him. But not this year. She's not. Coach, oh, Jesus Christ. I swear, he's doing it to wind me up, man. Hang on. Let's try and decode it. How long we got? We got 40 minutes. 40 minutes. It won't translate. It's too long. Oh, and it's something to do with flipping Michael Jackson again. Honestly. He's doing it, honestly. My patience. Being tested. How do I translate this? I wrote the word translate and it won't translate it. What if I do Spanish to English and then try and put it in there? Hang on. Spanish, English. I already know this is just going to be a load of nonsense about flipping Michael Jackson. It says, I'm sicker than Boy George imagining Michael Jackson in kids shopping toy stores. Is that one that I was not meant to read out? I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I saw it wasn't anything to do with memberships, so I read it, and now I'm thinking, I shouldn't have read it. Everything about this has been a disaster. Everything about this has been a disaster. The amount of work I had to go through to get that message, and then I read it, and then I think I shouldn't have read it. I'm probably going to get cancelled. It's not even my fault. It's Michael Jackson's fault. It's not my fault. Right. We got 3 amigos right now. This is hilarious. I don't think this is hilarious. There's people crying in the chat right now. Understandably so. Everyone here at Wrestling Days Incorporated would just like to apologize for any offense that was caused. Right now, Dom Dom is keeping Xavier grounded. It's not your fault. It's Snitsky's fault. And I mean, I literally scanned it to see if there was any mention of memberships. Saw there wasn't. Saw it was something to do with Michael Jackson. So I just started reading. I mean, could my internal filter kicked in whilst I was reading? Probably. But to be honest, I wasn't really thinking about what I was reading. I was just reading. Against ropes goes Xavier. Goes in between the legs of Dom Dom. Down goes Dominic. Did you hear that WWE have got no plans to return to Puerto Rico? Thoughts? I can't say I'm too surprised. I think it was a success. I think the crowd were great. I think it's a market that needed to be served. It's been served. I wonder if they are thinking they might not get that kind of a crowd unless Bad Bunny is involved. Don't know. I'd have to think if they went with Roman, they'd be fine. 1, 2, shoulder up. Or if they had really built Damian Priest up, you know. If Damian Priest was a babyface and they really built him up, and he was maybe challenging for the world title, similar to like Sammy in Montreal, you know. They should be fine there without Bad Bunny as well. But yeah, I mean, look, have they probably got other places to focus on at the moment? I'd say, yeah. That's a tick in the box of Puerto Rico. Down goes Xavier to shoulder up there by Xavier. This is long, isn't it? Rippers is going to have a meltdown if Dom Dom loses. Mr. Cardinal said, I'm a huge Michael Jackson fan. Can I get a membership? No. No free memberships. We shut that down. Dom on the outside, Rhea trying to give him advice. You actually think Dominic could beat Xavier? Xavier Woods, he is a great wrestler, and Dominic sucks, says Carlos. Dom is over the top rope. Drop kick to the back of the heads. 1, 2, shoulder up. Well, let's have a look, shall we, Carlos? Should we have a look? Should we see who wins? Should we see who wins, Carlos? Carlos says there is no way that... Let me read it again. You actually think Dominic... I've put a bit of sass in it because it feels like it's a sass comment. You actually think Dominic could beat Xavier Woods? That needed a question mark. Question mark. Xavier Woods, he is a good wrestler and Dominic sucks. 1, 2, 3. Dominic just beat Xavier. He just rolled him up and got the 3 count. Let me just read that again. Carlos says, where's Carlos's comment? Oh, it's gone. I can't remember what Carlos's comment was now. But Dominic wins. Beats Xavier Woods. Clean. 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 Well, when I say clean, he had the hold of the tights. Clean in a cheaty way. Clean in my book. Dumb rocks. Dumb rocks. Dumb rocks. Bum Bum wins. Bum. Yay! Rivy. Bum. Bum. That makes me think of Bailey. I meant Dum. Dum is a dum. Where's Carlos? Clean. In a cheating way. You said it. He didn't win fair. Still won though, didn't he? Still got that dub. Carlos. Acknowledge him, Carlos. Acknowledge him. He's your new hero now. Carlos is basically Rhea Ripley. There's 3 in that relationship. It's Rhea Ripley, Carlos, and Dominic. Dominic sucks. He can't win, but he just won. And you tried what you did when picking up someone's pants. Huh? If you tried what you did when picking up someone's pants. I don't know what you mean. What do you mean? You've been pulling the tights. Come on, Carlos. Acknowledge him. Just put I acknowledge. Carlos, in the chat right now, just put I acknowledge Dominic Mysterio. Just put in the chat now. It'd be a nice thing to do, wouldn't it? Nice thing to do. He just beat Xavier. Just say, I acknowledge Dominic Mysterio. You can put Dum if you want to. Dum. That's what we affectionately... I'll even let you put Bum. Right? But just pop that. It doesn't even need to be in capitals or anything. Just put I acknowledge. Look, Alfie does. Alfie acknowledges Dum. It's easy, look. It's easy. I acknowledge said with. Nice. We got some acknowledging going on. Here we go. Up, Dum. Up, Dum. What's Carlos put? Crying emojis from Carlos. It's all good fun. Only new NXT talent we say is Zoe. No JD or Odyssey, said Serious Gaming. They show us all the NXT called but JD. They say it's better if the face cheat. What? They show us all the NXT called but JD. They showed us JD in the video package. I definitely saw him in the video package. You did say it's better if the face cheese. So what if Finn wins and Seth chase? Oh, you did say, what about the money is in the chase? Well, the money is in the chase. So what if Finn wins? Look, Finn has got a good chance to win. I think Seth wins. But Finn was the first person I thought of when I saw this belt. I had Finn as favourite. And Seth as second favourite. The more I've thought about it, the more I've spoke to you guys, the theme song being as over as what it is, all of that kind of stuff. I have come to the conclusion, I think that Seth, and there was a report saying that they really like the look of Seth at the moment. They want to do something big with him. So I'm thinking it's Seth, but could Finn win here? Yeah, he could. It's a good little main event, this is. Good little main event, this is. Don't let anyone tell you this isn't a good little main event. It's a good little main event. Finn could absolutely get the win here. But I'm going to go on record as saying I don't think he will. But I tell you what, forget my records. Let's get your thoughts. Who wins? Who do you think wins? Is it going to be Seth? Or is it going to be Finn? Who wins? Let's go. Simon says, WWE said they were never returning to Northern Ireland during the 90s, but they did come back. I've never heard that. I never heard them say they were never coming back. Northern Ireland United, but they did come back and have never stopped since. I think Puerto Rico will be the same when they will return. I agree. I think they will return. I've no doubt about that. Did they say there was never coming? When did they say that? They said they were never coming back to North. That's a bold statement, isn't it? We're never coming back here. Is Indonesia. Indonesia. We're ready. Unprecedented levels of pain. We emerge to shape the foundation of Monday Night Raw. Look at the smile on his face. We're backstage with Shinsuke. He looks pained. What's up, mate? What's up, Shinsuke? Here's Miz. You got nothing to say? We've got to have each other's backs. This is interesting. Give this a chance. He still wants Miss K. Next week. One-on-one. So it's not mano a mano. It's going to be awesome, says Shinsuke. Miz is like, no, that's the opposite of what I wanted. Right now we're going back to okay, well, it's nice to go back to these two, look. They're still trying to get signatures. Liv, Raquel. If you want a rematch, all you have to do is woman up. Okay, so Liv says after we beat Damage Control. Okay. That didn't really go anywhere, did it? Okay, so Chelsea and Sonya trying to get a petition going because of all the injustices against them. They said, this wasn't a petition to try and face you. We reckon you'll lose to Damage Control anyway. Okay. Right. Kojiko. It's good to hear from you, mate. Haven't heard from you in a while. Hope you're doing well. Kojiko says, Michael Jackson tickling ice cream. I'll scan this one first. What a strange sensation it makes. Anything. Insulation. Scoop of vanilla. Chocolate tonight. Tickle it gently. Feels just right. Yeah, that seems, you know, I mean, it's got a little kink to it, but, you know. I think it's the right side of not being cancelled. So Coach said, Michael Jackson, tickling ice cream. What a strange sensation. It makes days think and brings pure elation. A scoop of vanilla or chocolate, delight. Tickle it gently and it feels just right. Michael Jackson, tickling ice cream. It tickles all down your throat as you're enjoying it, eating it. So, Coach Co, shout out to you. Looks like Cody's going to be bringing some new products to market. Michael Jackson tickling ice cream. Lovely. I mean, I don't know why we're on this subject. I don't know why we're staying on this subject. I don't know how we leave this subject. But either way, shout out to you to Cody. Right, we are backstage with Cody Rhodes. He's just being told about this new ice cream that's coming to market. It's very excited. Cody. I know you've got to ask. She's got a necklace that's got 3 sevens on it. What does that mean? What does 3 sevens represent? This was mine to win. What else is there to say? I don't know. Here's what I do know. This is the second time that Brock has attacked me. He's talking about Brock's grip on the main event scene. I've been the man around here. You want to fight? Yeah. Here's what I've got to say. Let's fight. Night of Champions. I accept. Accepted. He accepts. I still want to know what the 3 sevens are about. Right. Accepts. The bumper 7 represents lick. Lick. Look. Oh. I was like, oh. She's sending out some messages, isn't she? Do you think Vince would hire union writers? Hell, Bo. Bo Dallas. Bo leave. Right, we've got Finn making his way down. It is time for what I like to call the main event. 2 pages of notes. Cody. Cody's story sucks, says Lance. Cody accepts. Finn Balor making his way down to the ring. Right. We all up to speed. Stardust needs to return to finish the story because the Nightmare isn't getting it done, said Justin. Does anyone else hear a sound in a background? Or is it just me, said Justin? What, do you mean on my TV or? I mean, I could turn it down if it is that. I didn't hear a sound, but then mine always turned down. Veggie said 777 is good luck. Does anyone know if the Hollywood writer strike will affect professional wrestling? I don't think it will. I don't think it will. I don't think these writers are, as was pointed out, part of like a union or anything. So I don't think it has an impact. I can't remember it having an impact last time. I think WWE could have done more with Ray and Dominic as a team before Ray retires, says Jay. CM Punk was backstage a few weeks ago, and now there's talk of ice cream. Coincidence, says LB. Very good. Annette said, Michael Jackson days, the way you make me feel. That's nice. Are we going to go through Michael Jackson hits now? I would imagine the chat has been doing that anyway. But feel free if you think there's any Michael Jackson songs that fit any of the moments tonight. Daisy's good look. Yeah, she should have had my face on that chain instead. Just my face on a chain. That would have been better. I mean, certainly for my brand. Outlaw Angel said, whoever is writing Cody's story, I don't want them writing mine. Days, you're bad. I know it, says Corey. Here we go. Let's go. Be careful what you say, Days. Otherwise, you'll end up a smooth criminal, said Dan. I haven't got a... I need that. I don't know what that is. Is it just called... Because it's not a drum roll, is it? And I don't have it. All real Michael Jackson fans here, look up El Hee on YouTube. You're welcome. Look up El Hee on YouTube. You're welcome. There we go. Defcon Eric says all real Michael Jackson fans. Yeah, not you haters. Not you fake fans. Oh, Mark with 5. Gifting 5. Look at them. Look at scrambling around now. People jumping in, claiming these free memberships. I hate seeing people being helped. I hate seeing people being given opportunity. I'm basically Vince McMahon. No, very kind. Very, very kind, Mark. Shout out to you, buds. Mark, firmly establishing himself as a babyface. Big Time Back said, what do you think of the show so far? I think it's been solid, but just dry and dull coming out of a hot pay-per-view. I think that's fair, actually. I think there's been a lot that's happened, and I know I keep going on about it, but I do genuinely enjoy doing those 1 minute. I enjoyed the challenge of them. I just love trying to make everything that happened in a show fit into 1 minute. I enjoy that. And so I'm looking at my notes and I'm thinking like, how am I going to get all that in? So I think there's been a lot that's happened, but I like your expression of it being dry. I like that. I think that's fair. Right, so it is going to be a women's tag championship match. Gunther is going to be debuting. Makes his Raw debut. I don't think that's true, by the way. I think he's been on Raw before. Can I just say as well, they did this down in NXT. They advertised Danny Palmer. I meant to mention this. They advertised Danny Palmer as making her NXT debut. And I just happened to go on to an old episode of NXT the other day, and Danny Palmer was wrestling against Sol Ruka on NXT. I was like, what? She only got advertised the other day as making her NXT debut. No different name or anything, not a different person. Lies, man. Lies. Where do they get off? Liv and Raquel or Damage Control will be taking on Chelsea and Sonya next week. So we've got next week Gunther making his Raw debut, but probably not his Raw debut. Nakamura against Miz, and then either Liv and Raquel or Damage Control against Chelsea and Sonya. I mean, it sort of feels like Liv and Raquel, doesn't it? Okay, we've got Finn and Seth in the ring. We've only got 16 minutes. We haven't got loads of time for this main event, but they have already both wrestled today. Days, who do you think comes out of the Smackdown brackets? Whoa. I can't remember who's in it. Can't remember who is in it. Even though I read all the names out. Still singing away. Let's have a little look. So, I think Theory, AJ, Bobby, Ray, Ed, Sheamus. Theory, no. AJ. Bobby. Ray, I don't think Ray. Edge. Sheamus, I don't think they'll go Sheamus. AJ, Bobby, Edge for me. One of those. Say Seth in the final. Think we all need a heel. AJ is a face, so no. Bobby is a heel. Edge is a face. Bobby. Done. I think if Seth gets to the final, I think we need a heel in the final. And so what heels are there? Theory. I don't know what Bobby is. I think Bobby can go either way. I don't think he's really a strong baby face. I don't think he's a strong heel. He's just sort of there, isn't he? He's just there. We can easily make him, as we build tonight of champions, we can easily have him heel it up. So, Austin Theory is a heel. No. AJ Styles is a face. So I'll say no. Rey Mysterio is a face. No. Edge is a face. No. Sheamus is a face. No. I'll go Bibs. I'll go Bibbidi Bob. Go Bibbidi Boo Bar. Seth against Bib Bob. But they might go Seth AJ if you want a banger. If you want a bangerang. And they could do face versus face, but you want to split the crowds? You know, that's what Moldy was saying earlier about why this isn't Cody and Seth. Do you want to split the crowds? Bibbs is face, said Justin. Bibbs is definitely face. Bobby is Bobby. Bobby can be both. I agree. Bobby can be both. I mean, he wasn't face when he was feuding with Bray. And that was only just before WrestleMania. So you go back a month. He was not the face in that feud. And I would agree that since then, I think the disappointment of WrestleMania meant that people felt sorry for him. And then he's been in a feuds little thing with Bronson Reeds. But I don't think that he is really strong in any direction. I think you can have him go either way. He certainly wasn't face when he was feuding with Brock. Bobby's a tweener, says LB. He was a heel when he was against Brock, says not Zay. Yeah, I mean, I think the truth is that he can go either way. I mean, right now, if you was to categorize him right now, I think you would probably categorize him as a face, but it's not strong. You can easily just because he was a heel against Bray, because he was a heel against Brock, because we haven't really done much with him. I think you can easily have him heel it up, and no one will really bat an eyelid. You know. So that's my thinking. I don't think... I mean, you could go Austin Theory. The only reason I didn't go Austin Theory is because he's United States champion, and I think he'll defend the United States championship at Night of Champions, because that's where all the belts are defended. So I can't see him being in the final and defending the United States championship. So I don't think it'll go that way. And then all the others would be face versus face. So there. Hey, do you know what's trending? Hashtag give Dana Brooke a chance. Yes! Let's go. I'm going to add to that. I want to make sure that keeps trending. Loved seeing Dana Brooke on Raw. More of that, please. Hashtag give Dana Brooke. All we are saying. Give Dana Brooke a chance. Yes. Right. I mean, said, Days, I'm sorry. I failed you. I did not watch Backlash. You also didn't put a space between I and failed and I and did. So you failed me many times. I'm just telling you what I'm thinking. I can forgive the Backlash thing, but I can't forgive the grammatical errors. But right. if Cody is already fighting Brock at Night of Champions, who do you think is most likely to fight Roman? I think it'll be someone from SmackDown. And who that person is, I'm not sure. Maybe AJ? Maybe we get AJ against Roman? That'd be all right, wouldn't it? For all you AJ fans that want to see him in the final of the tournament, perhaps we could do AJ Roman instead. That'd be a great match. People want that match. Imagine if they book that on Monday, people will be very excited. Let's do that. Let's do that. We'll do, and that'd be good as well, because the OC stepping up to the Bloodline as the Bloodline are struggling to hold it all together. That could be good, that good. That'd be all right. They are outnumbered technically 4-3 though, but they do have Mia Yim who can distract, and you know, even though she might not be able to get physical, she can still cause some problems. A bit like Austin 316. Might not be able to get physical, but can still cause problems. Right, we've got Seth Rollins over in the corner. Do you like Gary Oldman? Who's that? Isn't that the Different Strokes? Is that Gary Oldman? Or am I getting him confused? I don't know. Do I like Gary Oldman? I'm going to say no, only because I don't quite know who it is. If he's a film star, I'm not very good with films. Who am I getting him confused with? Momentarily, I got him confused with Gary Newman. I was like, the guy that sings Cars. But no, not him. Are you serious? Yeah. Me and films do not get on. Who's the one in Different Strokes? Who's in Different Strokes? Is that not Gary Newman? I better have a look. Gary Oldman was the Officer Gordon in the Dark Knight trilogy. Oh, well, he wasn't in Different Strokes, was he? Who's the Different Strokes? Who's that? Gary Coleman. See? Close. Gary Newman, Gary Coleman. It's basically the same person. What you talking about, Batman? Do you remember that? Shoulder up by Finn. He was. That's goated, said X Music. Mm-hmm. Mark said, how do you not know him? Oh, it's really easy. I don't care. That's how. I don't know film stars. I don't read about them. I don't care about them. I don't get excited for any movies that they're in. There are big films that I've not seen. I mean, honestly, I couldn't even tell you the last... I can't remember the last film I went to the cinema to watch. And I've seen the Dark Knight trilogy. I really enjoy the films. But if you was to ask me who played the police officer in them, I'd be like, I don't know. Big Boss Man? I ain't got a clue. I'm borderline only just about to tell you who played Batman, let alone who played the police officer. How can you know? How can you not know Mark Worthington? He played Alfred in the Dark Knight trilogy. Oh, did he? Good for him. Unless he's got a catchphrase. What you talking about? Even that I got wrong, in all fairness. Chop coming in by Finn. Ring the freaking bell said, how can I become a member? You can't. Joking aside, there might be a button on the homepage. That's normally how you can become a member. For those that are interested in becoming members, we do member streams every couple of weeks. I am trying and thinking about extra content to bring, but that's a work in progress. Finn is bleeding. Let's have a look. Let's have a little look. Yeah, he does have a bit of... It might be lipstick. I can't tell if it's blood. He does have red all over his lips, but he might have just applied a little bit of rouge. He might have put some rouge on. It's a nice little match. Double stomp there by Finn. Finn going to the outside. We've only got 4 minutes left to go, so eyes on the prize. Seth up top, looking to suplex. Big superplex into Falcon. No! Round the back goes Finn Balor. Is that in the 1916? I think that might have been 1916. Shoulder up by Seth. These two, obviously, this was the final of the first ever Universal Championship match. Both of these superstars in very different places. Almost 7 years later. That was 2016, that was. In very different places now. Ah, oh, Kojiko. I didn't do the thing. No, look at that. Wow. That is mental, mate. That is mental. What's gone on? Have you had a big payout or something? Has your divorce been finalized? Did you marry Elon? What happened? Drop kick into the corner. Seth is down. Kojiko, so supportive. I mean, honestly. I borderline hate him because of the stuff he makes me read, but so supportive. Kick to the midsection. 50 member. I've never seen that. A one-armed pedigree by Seth. Oof. Hodgepodge fan says, love you days. Appreciate it, Hodgepodge fan. I'm a very shallow man. Just stuff like that, you know? That's all I need. I can only is this Grimes? Do you reckon this is Grimes' burner account? That's what I'm starting to think now. Because Grimes is weird, isn't she? Do you know what I mean? She would probably come on the internet and spend all the time talking about Michael Jackson. And she's married to Elon. I reckon Kojiko's Grimes. Can I just say, you made a sick album. I love your first album. It might be your second album. But I don't like your music anymore. Don't think it's very good anymore. It's lost its edge. It's ever since you had that baby that's named after the aeroplane. You've changed. You've changed since that happened. But I appreciate the support. Right, looking for a curb. Seth, curb connects. Seth Rollins going for the cover. 1, 2. Seth wins. Lance says Grimes is a great guy. I agree. Seth Rollins advances to the tournament final. Whoa. Can we get some ones in the chat for Kojiko? Absolutely. Elton John would have been more received by the public as the new Queen, says LB. Yeah, that would have been awesome. That would have been great. Could you imagine that? How many people would have tuned in if Elton John was made new? I don't know if he'd want to be king or queen. Both. It could be both. It could be king of the queens. Seth Rollins out with a curb, and he's smiling at that World Heavyweight Championship. Days didn't curse Seth Rollins. I don't have that power. So Seth goes through to the final of the World Heavyweight Championship. He did it! He's had a major comp payout from international accident, from which he's now crippled for life but loaded, says Retribution. What? I hope that's not true. God, I hope that's not true. I mean, I hope you have had a payout, mate. I hope you have had loads of money. You get that paper. You get that dollar, my friend. And you don't need to waste it on this absolute shambles in the community. Do you know what I mean? Let them fend for themselves. This is dog eat dog. Some of these people need to learn lessons. Some of these people need to learn how hard life is. Do you know what I mean? Retribution says, I'm just kidding. Good. Seth versus AJ would be a banger. Yeah, get in your scores. Get in your scores. Oh my God, this tournament is amazing, says Barry. Barry is loving it. 7 says Reyes. Chester said, good show. 8.75 sounds like a fair grades. Mitchell said, what's your rating? Do you think it's exceeded expectations? I don't think it's exceeded expectations. I think the show was solid. I would say it was probably for me a 7.25. I don't think there was any OMG moments. You know me, I always look for a OMG moment. Like something that really makes me go, I think, they teased that big time return, which had people talking of Bray and Alexa. So there will have been some that have come in with that as an expectation. I think if anyone was to ask me tomorrow, what did I miss from Raw? You'd be like, well, Seth got through. I mean, this is definitely a Raw worth watching. And there's definitely some new faces like Zoe Stark, Indy Hartwell being on screen. I mean, there's things that have gone down, but is there anything seismic? That's what it would come back to for me. Is there anything seismic here? Was there anything like, oh my God, did you see Raw? I mean, I suppose you can make the argument Seth getting through to the final might be that for some people. But he's obviously still got a job to do. Maybe Brock attacking Cody might be that for some people. There was a lot that happened, but it wasn't. I don't think this isn't a bad show for me. I didn't think this was a bad show. I really like that comment earlier. Lots has happened, but the show just feels a bit dry. I like that. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. It's maybe not the mad action. We're going backstage. Now it's time for a talk show. Now it's this. Now it's that. It's maybe not all of that we thought it might be. This is, if you think about it, this is Triple H's arrival. This is Triple H doing what Triple H wants to do with the pieces exactly where he wants them. Did this feel drastically different to a Raw that we've been getting? I would argue probably not. Probably not. But equally, I'm not down on it. I thought it was fine. I thought it was pretty fun. Had a great time. We learnt loads about Michael Jackson, didn't we? I mean, we did. Can't say we didn't. We did. Simon, shout out to you, buds. I think Simon scores very fair, 7 out of 10. Roman could defend against either AJ, Edge, Bobby, Karrion, or Sheamus. Yeah, there's plenty of options, you're right. I give Raw 7 out of 10. I really appreciate the support, Simon. Again, Coach Co coming in, dropping in just mental support, but let's not ignore the support Simon has been firing in all night as well. Very, very kind. Very, very kind. So yeah, 7 out of 10. Really appreciates. Maybe Simon's the burner account for Elon, and maybe Coach Co's the burner account for Grimes. I don't know. Or maybe one of them's Bill Gates. It's hard to know who the real people are behind these fake names. I bet none of these names are real. I bet you're all using fake names. Not like me. Right. I was at a 7.5. Having to listen to Seth's theme 3 times brought it to a 5.5. Well, I mean, that's fair as well, in all fairness. And Cody's entrance twice. I'm now at a 4 out of 10. Ramble said, review, give me 5 Michael Jackson facts that you've learnt tonight. Well, I don't know if they were facts. I mean, I learnt that he had a weird nose. I learnt that. I learnt he had a weird nose. I learnt that his relationship with children he believed was pure. But I also learnt that outsiders believed it to be suspicious. So there's 3 facts with the nose one as well. I learned. What else did I learn? I learned that Kojiko wants to make an ice cream called Michael Jackson's Tickle in Ice Cream, which might not be a Michael Jackson fact per se, but it does regard Michael Jackson, so it still definitely counts. So that would be fact number 4. And then I learned that he had died in 2009. Let's go! Yeah! Things, even though I knew many of them already. Let's go! What a time to be alive. We got there. Simon said, this is my real name. If I was Gates or Musk, I would have brought 100% of Manchester United's. Yeah, in all fairness, I mean, he spent 44 billion on Twitter. You could get Man United for 6. That does feel like, for Elon Musk, a good investment. Well, yeah, I reckon the Glazers have made money owning Man United. So even though it does seem like you're just putting in loads of money, which you are, they're generating a lot of money as well. They're one of the most popular sports teams. There's a lot coming in. So, yeah, that would be a good investment. Simon, if that is your real name. And I've got my suspicions. Horror King said, Finn Balor is shown to not be as credible as a leader. Why would Judgment Day consensually follow behind him? He keeps losing. Technically, they don't have a leader. When they first started, they said that Edge kept telling them to, like, be themselves and believe in themselves and not follow anyone. Yet Edge was a leader that was telling people to not follow leaders and to not follow. And they said, do you not see how much of a contradiction that is? That's why now we don't have a leader. So when they broke away from Edge, they made the point of saying they don't have a leader. I agree with you. Finn Balor is the leader. And I do agree that he assumes that role. But I think if you was to speak to Judgment Day, their answer would be they don't have a leader. There's no one that leads that group. In many ways, the leader is Dominic, and we all know this. We all know this to be true. Dominic's the real leader. Dominic's the locker room leader. Every wrestler on the roster follows Dominic. Dominic is the new Undertaker. He's the new locker room leader. If there's wrestlers caught backstage, it's Dominic that's going to be the judge. Mosey, the wrestling god, shout out to you, my friends. Days, I've got a suspicion that Days isn't your real name either. Listen. Shut up. That's about as in-depth as I'm willing to go there. I think Rhea is the leader, says Jim. Well, Jim, that's certainly the person I follow. X-Music said, how was your night? It was good, thank you. I hope your night was good. Grant, shout out to you, buds. The one with the world title is the leader, says Hung Daz. That's a good point. Rhea is the leader. Dom follows Mummy's lead, says John. Marcus said, did you learn anything about Gary Oldman and Gary Coleman? I learned that I still don't know which one's which. One of them was the policeman in Batman, and the other one kept saying, what you talking about, Willis? But I couldn't tell you which one. And do you know what? I want it to stay that way as well. I want it to stay that way. I think it should. And one of them sang Cars, but I don't know which is which. If you see Dom taping his fists, run, says Hawks. Thumbs down for Judgment Day. Right, I think we're done. I need to go and do this 1 minute video. Massive shout out to everyone that's joined us tonight. Obviously, big shout out to Simon and I forget the other one. What's his name? The one that kept going on about Michael Jackson. Don't know. Whoever that was, big shout out to them. And really appreciate the support as always. Of course, we will be back tomorrow with NXT. Should be a good NXT tomorrow. Now that people are missing, we're going to have to start doing more with new faces. So it's going to have a different vibe to it, I would imagine. So yeah, I'm looking forward to NXT tomorrow. Of course, we're back with AEW on Wednesday as well. Plenty coming up as we head towards Misfits this weekend as well. Big fight coming up this weekend with KSI. So looking forward to that. That's the plan for Saturday. And I think that's everything. So big shout out to everyone that joined us. Big thank you to Awesome Wrestling Wides. A-Dub-Dub in the house. A-Dub-Dub has become a... Look at this. It's all kicking off. A-Dub-Dub are joining now. My favorite promotion, A-Dub-Dub. Shout out to A-Dub-Dub. Yeah, awesome. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.